I have to be in Pulaski, New York tomorrow.
We got up to
And the
75.
Berkshires and then Washington, D.C. What's that?
Okay.
It's a little northeastern tour.
Cool.
And then I go to a wedding in Baltimore on Friday night with my cousin. And I'll work.
We just flew right over you this afternoon. We came out of Boston.
Oh, right on. Right on. Is it that's right. That's where you guys were. How was your time? Did you guys have fun?
Yeah, it was super pleasant over the weekend. It was 75.
Oh, cool.
And then it wasn't.
Oh man, it's cold here. It's cold, moist, gray. Just everything, just what I grew up in.
Yep.
Nasty.
Then I couldn't do so much.
I joke that Colorado has, I'm from Binghamton, New York, and Colorado has 300 plus days of sunshine a year, and Binghamton gets the other 65. That's all it gets.
He sounds just like Joseph. He says the same thing.
Great. Yeah,
Yeah.
Joseph's from Syracuse. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm near Syracuse right now.
Oh, is that where you're at? You're home right now?
I'm in a hotel in Oswego, New York.
Oh, gotcha. Yep, Oswego.
I didn't realize you were in Oswego, Billy. I love that town.
Yeah, yeah. It's I remember when I went to college in Canton, and they used to have ropes between the buildings in Oswego so kids could hold on to the ropes and basically not be blown away by the wind. And I think now it's tunnels. It's like all tunnels, and above a certain wind they just canceled school. It's, you
I
know.
still have my Rudy's Fish Fry t-shirt.
Oh. Yeah, Lake Erie is not exactly Bahamas.
Maybe we should look into that for Ned, like ropes between buildings so we don't get blown away. I'm thinking
Yeah, exactly.
the next
We
thing.
do live in a
We
windy
went to
place.
Downtown Development Authority so we can find our way downtown.
Now Tom's thinking. Now Tom's thinking.
Like that.
Looks like we're gonna have a quorum.
Yeah, I think are we doing? Let me see. Actually, we do, because I see Jesse and Karen. Yeah, well, we are Karen.
We're good.
It's all of us. Tanya. I don't see Tanya. Yeah, Tanya. There she is. Okay, well, welcome everybody. And
Two questions first. Why are we meeting at 6:30 and why are we all virtual?
thanks. So we are meeting at 6:30 because we thought it'd be important to have we kind of want to give ourselves the 4 hours, and you know, we could have started at 7 and gone to 11, but that's just up to people. So we put it out there to people. You know, I know that it's hard for Eric to me to make a 6 o'clock, so we were thinking 6:30 might be the sweet spot to start a little early, you know, kind of compromise, go to hopefully 10:30. We'll have to prove that, but because we have a lot to cover and we just want the time. Virtual was because you were going to be gone, Karen's gone, I'm gone, and then Tanya and Nicole generally are remote, so it would have been just Jesse and Eric, and that's not enough to set up the room. And just so we know for these meetings, yeah, it's a big to-do every day that they set up these rooms, and so yeah, I mean, you know, obviously they need a certain number of people to even to justify it, but you know, when we have all these meetings, you know, it's just extra work for the town staff.
Yeah, and our policy requires quorum to move forward with the setup. So anytime we don't have quorum, we move to virtual only, just for that exact reason. The setup just takes so much time. And if we're not at least going to have a minimum of 4, we're going to hold off on the setup.
Okay, deal.
All right, I thought I told you that when you talked about attending. I thought I told you it was going to be virtual, and I saw you flew home early, so I'm sorry if you flew home early.
Let's go.
Cool. Thanks. So it is 6:35 and November 15th, and with the BOT meeting. And can you take a roll call, please, Nick?
Billy?
Yes. Here.
Trustee Blakemore? Here. Trustee Corvalon?
I'm here.
Trustee Krimzisno?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mahone?
Here.
Trustee Severs,
Here.
and Trustee Sterling.
Here.
Thank you.
Macy, appreciate it. So first thing is consent agenda. We've got 4 items on the consent agenda. Any questions, clarifying questions before we move ahead with that?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Macy, can you take the roll call?
Pro Tem Mahone,
Here, or yes.
Trustee Kuzma,
Yes.
Trustee Severs,
Yes.
Mayor Billy,
Billy?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes? Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much. Trustee Sterling,
Yes.
Trustee Corvalon,
Yes.
and Trustee Blakemore.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Now it's time for public comment on non-agenda items. We had one submitted earlier from Kathleen Jabai. Is there anyone else in the public, anyone here who would like to give a comment on a non-agenda item? You have 3 minutes to do so.
I did have to mute a call-in user, so *6 for those individuals.
You have a public comment and hit *6 before you share. So it doesn't sound like there are any public comments on non-agenda items, so we're going to move right into our discussion items. So we have 5 items. We're kind of budgeting on average, 45 minutes. I don't think they all need to take that long, but if they all took 45 minutes, would pretty much bring us till 10:30. So we want to kind of make that be our cutoff time, or at least realize that's what we're operating with. We also think some of these won't take that long, but we want to keep things moving along. So first of all, I want to do the annexation ordinance. So I think Jennifer, Attorney Madsen, and Miranda will take it from here.
Good evening, members of the Board of Trustees. So in your packet tonight is a revised draft of the annexation ordinance. I did provide you a red line copy of the ordinance and also a clean version. And in the packet, I outlined the categories of different changes that I made. A lot of them were just cleanup changes. The other thing that I provided information on is other communities that require a citizen vote on annexation. I want to let you know that I did follow up with CML to ask them if they were aware of any other municipalities that I had missed on this list, and this list is accurate. They basically told me of Greenwood Village and Berthoud were the only 2 places that they were aware of that had a vote. So there are some questions in the aim that I would like for you to focus on, that I would need for direction in the next draft. And those are for petitions for annexation election, which I spelled out in the aim, the differences between an annexation petition and a petition for an annexation election. And essentially, a petition for an annexation election means that not all or not 50% of the landowners have signed on to the petition. And it would require a vote of those landowners in the annexation area. So one of the questions that I have moving forward is if the town were to receive a petition for an annexation election and approved by the Board of Trustees, the annexation, then also approved by the people in that annexation area, would you also want it to follow the same if you were to decide that an annexation election were for certain annexations? Would you want those types of petitions to also require a vote of the citizens of Nederland, the registered electors? So that's one thing that I would like some feedback on. And then also, I gave you some other options here. One of the things that Lafayette has done is a referendum. They've put in their ordinance language about the possibility of a referendum. This always exists in state law. A group of residents can always say, we don't like an ordinance and we want the residents or the registered voters of the town to be able to vote on it. But I think by putting it in the annexation chapter, it highlights it for people. So if you were to decide not to have a voting requirement, this would be an option for you to signal to citizens that this is a possibility. The other thing that's always a possibility is, as the Board of Trustees, if you approve an ordinance, which you would be doing in this case, it would be an annexation ordinance, you can always refer any ordinance by yourself to an election. So without writing it in the code, if you decide not to write it in the code, you can, if an annexation were to come before you, you think it looks good, however you would like voter approval, you can always refer it out without having the language in the code requiring it.
At that point, do we have to do it within certain statutory periods during the year? Or can we do it anytime?
No, you could do it as a special election.
Okay. Okay.
So those are really the highlights as far as the ordinance and the additional materials. And the other things in the AIM were the survey responses. Miranda had put out a survey, and then additional comments were provided for you. So I don't know if Miranda has anything else on that.
How many responses did we get, Miranda? And would you call it conclusive?
Let me look, because not everyone, what I noticed today when I was looking at it is not everyone completed the vote for the numerical figures there.
Mhm.
So I think it was 100, a little over 100 people who took it. You know, what I will say, one piece of critique that was out there in the world was, of course, these are Google surveys. And so without locking down the need to collect email addresses, which makes it not anonymous, you cannot control how many people go in and potentially take it more than once. So that should be taken with a grain of salt. And there were 109 responses altogether, which for a town of Nederland survey is great. But I'm not sure, you know, I think this really should just be used as a tool to guide where some people are thinking. But I'm not sure you could argue that this is reflective of the whole community.
Well, and how many people voted in the last election? Was there 450 residents?
Yeah,
who
it was like
voted?
480 something
Yeah,
of 1,200 registered electors.
right.
Yeah, but that's different. I mean, we were electing governor. I mean, it's a pretty big election. So I have a question for Jennifer when she has a minute.
So that's the end of what I had to say. That's really a high level overview. I figure that you all have questions and want to have discussion on this.
I'm just unclear about what petitions for annexation mean. I'm not getting it. It's when many people own a piece of land and they're not all wanting to get annexed, like a whole neighborhood, and one house wants to get annexed, so they have to get their neighbors to sign a petition and vote. Can you clarify, give me some examples of what this means?
Yeah, so the requirement in law is that more than 50% of the landowners owning more than 50% of an area eligible for annexation. So they can come to the town for a petition. So say you have 3 lots that are in Boulder County and they're next to the town of Nederland. One of those lots wants to annex into the town, but that
So
lot
it's not just the people voting who want to be annexed. It's actually the people around them too. Or am I wrong?
No. So this is, and there's 2 different types of
Sorry, go ahead.
petition.
I'll just listen. Maybe you're about to answer.
So one is a petition where the owners, there's 50% of the owners of the area wanting to be annexed. So you have 3 lots, and 2 of those 3 lots equal 50% of the area for annexation. And then 2 of the 3 lots would be 50% of the landowners as well. And they come to town and they say, we want to be annexed, and we want to include this 3rd lot because you probably need the 3rd lot for contiguity reasons. That can come to the town. So not everybody needs to agree. Not all the landowners need to agree.
Okay,
So that
so
would be,
that can be quite contentious. So you're proposing that one option is that they vote, the whole neighborhood votes and the whole town votes? Is that like who
so then
votes?
there's a different type of annexation petition. That's one type. And that type is, based on what the Colorado legislature has decided, is that type doesn't need a vote of the annexation area to be annexed in.
What?
So not all landowners need to agree.
But the other ones get forced in it and they maybe don't want to be.
Right.
Really?
And they,
How is that
there's,
determined when it's fair? Without, I mean, like, it's just the town says, yeah, we want you, and who cares what everybody else thinks, or what?
well, who cares what everyone thinks? Not,
Yeah.
you don't need 100% to agree.
Yeah, but if I had a house that I didn't want to be annexed, and what I'm thinking is the Beaver Creek neighborhood was roll up in arms for a second there because they thought town was going to annex them. This was many years ago, and everyone's like, most people were like, we want nothing to do with this. We're happy with our water and our well and our septic and our lower taxes. So
Then you come to the Board of Trustee meetings, you come and participate, and you say you don't want to be included. You don't want to be a part of this, and you think that the Board of Trustees should not approve this annexation.
so that this is our only choice. We have to put this in there, or can we just say that's not allowed? Or
No,
what-
that is
Colorado law?
part of annexation. You can't change that.
What's the bit about the voting, the neighbors voting and all that that's in there?
So then the other option is that a petition comes to the Board of Trustees, and the petition must be signed by at least 75 registered electors, or 10 registered electors in the affected area. So the
Mhm.
affected area is really the annexation
Gotcha.
area. And they are saying that we want this area that's outside of Nederland to be brought into the town. In that situation, then if the Board of Trustees were to approve the annexation, it would then need to go to a vote for those people in that area, because you don't
Right.
have enough people signing off. Then
Right.
those people's, which includes registered electors and any landowner owning land in the area proposed to be annexed, they get
Yeah.
to vote.
Okay. All right. You guys know that I'm for that option B. But
Well,
that's
those are
just me.
2 options that you have
Yeah,
in Colorado law,
it's not
and you
either or.
can't decide. You can't,
Oh.
yeah, exactly.
Can't decide. They're both up there. So how do you decide which option you go with?
It's what petition comes to you. So it's really the people who live in the in the area to be annexed. It's what they decide. It's how they decide to bring this issue before you.
I guess I'm still confused.
So they could, as people outside of town, right, they could come to folks who live in town and say, hey, you guys, we should put together an annexation petition election because we want to be annexed into town. Right, like they could do it that way and use the people of the town to do that. So they could get 75 people to sign that. Is that, am I understanding
Sounds
this correctly?
reasonable. And then, or 10 in their neighborhood.
Or 10 in their own neighborhood, right?
So that's an option, but they don't have to bring this petition.
Right. So we don't get to choose what kind of petition comes to us. All we get to do is choose what to do with those petitions when they get to
So
us.
the other
I think-
petition is just the landowner shows up and says, I want to be annexed, and what do you guys think? And then
Right.
Yes.
that's like zero effort versus some effort. That's
Right.
strange to me. Okay. That it's a choice because most people are gonna go the easier route. Okay. I think I understand now.
They go the easier route unless that proves to be impossible because there's a holdout or something, right? And they wanna
Right.
force it through. So
And
Well,
I
would
so
say
this
the
isn't even a
majority-
decision for us.
it's not,
This
it's
isn't even
just,
a choice.
it's not.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
just,
It's just
I'm
in there.
it's just in there. I think what the question that I have is if you
Yeah.
were to get a petition for an annexation election, do you essentially want to have two elections? One that would be the voters in the annexation area and landowners, and then one and a second in the town of Nederland.
right,
Which-
and that second one would
Oh,
only
I
be
see.
that would only be if we do indeed choose to have a trigger for an election for annexations, right?
Right.
So
Yes.
So my thinking on this is one way or the other. However we choose to go, we should do it the same way for both. Because I think we risk real confusion if we muddy the waters by having different methods for doing it. I think that we should just choose a way and make that the way that Netherlands does
So
annexation.
if
Might be
that
a lot.
were the case, if we had, if we decide we want to have an election triggered, and this subdivision qualifies for whatever our trigger qualifications are, then also the surrounding neighborhood would get a chance to vote as well,
Not the
because they're
surrounding
not.
neighborhood, but the town, right? The town will get
But
to
I
vote.
thought also
then
I thought the neighbors in this particular case would get a chance
it
to.
would be
Annexation area.
Right, it's the
Mhm.
annexation area. But not neighbors of the annexation area, just the people
No,
in the annexation
No, just
area.
like I'm thinking Beaver Creek Estate, even whatever, Big Springs, let's say. Everybody in Big Springs would get to vote
Right,
if, assuming we weren't part of town already, when normally we wouldn't get to vote. If we weren't, you guys get it.
right.
So yeah, you're saying but it would be one election, just more people would get to vote. Is that
No,
kind
it's
of what?
it's two elections.
separate.
It's two.
It would have to be two elections because the first one's just to see if it even qualifies. And then the
Yes.
second one is the actual, there isn't a way to combine
It
it.
kind of be like Hurricane Hill says, we want to be, I mean, and I know they're not quite abutting. I'm just trying to make an example. So
Right.
assuming that they were abutting town, they would say, we all want to be in town. Well, we don't know. Some of us want to be in town. And then, so they
Right.
get either 10, if I'm understanding this correctly, they either get 10 people from Hurricane Hill to sign, or they coerce, they talk 75 people from either Hurricane Hill or in town to sign. And then they're
Right.
eligible to move all of Hurricane Hill into the process for annexation. And then the other thing, but so it's greater, say we decide 10 acres, 5 acres, it's greater than some acreage, say we decide that would trigger an election, then that gets triggered later in the process once they've got, once they decide they're going to go for annexation and they go through the steps that are outlined that we've been reading through here on the ordinance. They go through all the steps and then they're going into turn it into BOT and they say, well, this is big enough, it triggers an election. That would be for the
Gotcha.
the town of Nederland electors.
So those people would be paying for two elections if we had elections. I gotcha.
The one would be
Okay.
pretty insignificant, relatively speaking. I mean, there wouldn't be that many
Be
people
just-
voting.
A small
Right.
number of
Yeah.
Little mailer.
people outside of town. Yeah.
Who runs the
Okay.
first election, the inside one? Do we, or do they do their own?
That's a really good question. I think it is the town that does it.
Okay.
But I'd have
Okay,
to
yes,
just
do they
verify
pay
that.
for it?
I would say 95% of annexations happen with just the landowners signing and not an election. The landowners agreeing, we want this.
Okay. So we wouldn't have to necessarily get involved in that.
Well, I can't be certain as to, I need to look at that. I think it's the town that would have to run the election.
Okay.
Well, we
But
could ask
yeah.
for, we could put it that they have to compensate the town.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, right. We have it right now that the petitioners have to compensate, have to pay for any elections. So that would still be a petition. They would still be the petitioners. They need to come up with the money to pay for the election.
Okay.
And it's actually, I'm reading the statute, it's a little bit more of a complicated process because there are commissioners that are appointed by the court in that area, and those commissioners run the election.
Okay.
Court being Boulder County Court or the
Yes,
municipal court?
no, the district court.
So they would be making a significant political commitment to getting something like this done. I mean, that would be a very unique situation.
Right, so you could see why those don't happen very often.
Yeah.
Either way, I still think that we should follow the same process for all annexations, at least internally within the town. However that petition gets to us, we should deal with it the same way, one way or the other. That's my feeling.
Agreed. Anything else is unfair.
Agreed.
Yeah, I also agree.
I have some, I know I sent you some edits. I'm sorry. I didn't look at this sooner. They were mostly just, some of them were just grammar, or
A question for you, Jennifer. How many between Lyons and Greenwood and all the others, Manitou, who has actually done this as opposed to come up with a policy?
So I don't really know that. I know,
Lions
I mean,
has
the
done
one, well, Lions did it with the Planet Bluegrass,
Planet
we know
Bluegrass.
for sure. I don't know about the other areas. I mean, if you think about some of them, like Greenwood Village, that they don't have much area to annex. They're surrounded by other municipalities. Same for Manitou Springs. I don't know what Manitou Springs has to annex. So I wasn't able to follow up. I mean, that's something that could be done, is follow up calls with the municipalities to find out this information.
I think it would
Karen's
also
got her
be-
hand up.
Oh. Go ahead, Karen.
Karen?
So yeah, I'm wondering about environmental impact of annexations. And I see in section 1512.6p, there's a statement about impact on the environment of the town. Now, Boulder County's comprehensive plan includes environmental resource element update maps, and there's a lot of different concerns with the environment. Critical wildlife habitats and wildlife migration corridors, environmental conservation areas, high biodiversity areas, and natural landmarks, Preble Meadows jumping mouse conservation area, rare plant areas and significant natural communities, wetlands and riparian areas. And so that one section, I don't quite understand about the impact on environment of town, but I just want to be sure that when we consider annexations that we look at environmental impacts. And maybe that's the role of Boulder County and not ours. I don't know. So
Yes,
that one,
I have a thought
the
on
one,
that, Karen.
pardon me?
I have a thought on that. And I had a note about this particular section as well, that P, that narrative describing the impact. And
Yes.
I do think that it should say, I do think that, you know, if we do go into negotiations with Boulder County down the road here, part of that should be with getting help with environmental impact reports for town projects and projects around town. But in lieu of that, we have in O, it says a narrative providing a traffic impact analysis prepared by a qualified professional. I don't see why it shouldn't say the same in P, that it should be prepared by a qualified professional. And I would change of the town to of the region.
Mhm. Yeah, and I think that would be great. And if Boulder County is doing an environmental impact analysis and we're doing it, I mean, we can combine forces there, and to have it twice, I think it's better to have it too often than not often enough in the document.
Yeah, but we also don't have any guarantee or even indication that Boulder County would do an environmental impact analysis on anything like this for us. So, you know, they would only have the option to do it, and they may choose not to. So if we want to have that information, we're going to need to get it ourselves.
Sounds good.
I have a question, and I think I know the answer, but why was number 7 a statement of the impact of the proposed development on the environment of the town and proposals to mitigate any negative impact? Why is that scratched out on I guess it's section 181 dash, I can't read it, 7.6, I guess. It says 8.6, but do you know where I'm talking about? It's in the red line one.
I'm trying to get to it.
It says page 5 of 15 when you're looking at it.
It's crossed out because it was moved.
It was
into the
moved.
section above it.
It was
Yeah.
moved. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
And what I
and
tried to, just for clarification, I did put this in the AIM. So there's two reports essentially that a petitioner has to provide you. They have to provide you an impact report, which the impact report then is really turned over to the county. And so the petitioner is doing the work of putting that impact report. And then there's also things that as you've all talked through this process, that all of you want to get in the petition to learn more about the property and the request for annexation. I put those in a separate area, and I called that part of the concept plan. So I consolidated everything into the concept plan. Those are the things that are on your wish list and are not required by state statute.
The impact report is just those things required by state statute, and it gets filed with the
Correct.
county. And then
Yes.
the concept plan can be more created by us. It's the things we want to get above and beyond that.
Correct.
So one of the things I was curious about, Jennifer, was in the municipalities that either chose to go with a vote or chose to not go with a vote, it would be really interesting to understand how they came to those decisions, right? So if it's a no vote, like why? Like why did they come to that decision, and what were the things that they considered along the way? And even from the folks that actually did go forward with a vote, like again, why? Like what were the decision points, and you know, basically how they came to making those decisions. Is it possible to get that information?
Well, in terms of when a governing body decides that they want to annex, or why they decided not to have a vote, a voting requirement.
Yeah, why they decided not to have a voting requirement, or why they decided to have a voting requirement.
Well, I would say that the reason why most municipalities do not have a voting requirement is because annexation is a legislative decision. And it's a decision that can be made by the Board of Trustees. There's no obligation to annex property. And you as a Board of Trustees can decide, is this property that you want to have included in the municipality? Is this property that you want to serve? Do you think it benefits the town to have this property? And, some people would argue or say that you all have been elected into office. The majority, some appointed, but you've been elected by the voters of Nederland. And so that your responsibility is, as being members of the Board of Trustees, is to make these decisions. And there will be opportunity all along the way for people to come speak, provide public comment, provide feedback, say we want this, we don't want this. So that's why municipalities don't have the voting requirement, is just because it's an additional step and they feel it's not necessary, that the governing body can make this decision. But every municipality is different. And so you all can make a different decision and understand that Nederland is a small place, a small town, and that people want to have a say in expansion of Nederland.
Yeah, I did want to point out, I asked Miranda to make these out for me, but the survey, there were some people in their comments at least made it clear that they don't think we should do annexation at all. And definitely some people, I mean, like me until last year, think that thought of annexation as just land grabbing. They didn't realize it's about the people that want to be annexed, getting annexed, and it's not the town just being, going after land. But some people had said they don't believe in annexation at all. And they also answered, there should be no vote. So in some ways they're skewing. I mean, again, the survey has to be taken with some degree of grain of salt because we don't know exactly who filled out what, but on some level, if they're saying there should be no annexation, they kind of have already voted, if you will, and in some ways them deciding on what would trigger a vote. Most of them chose there should be no vote, but they're choosing it because they think there should be no annexation. So in some ways that, in my opinion, brings down the numbers. The 40% comes down. If you take those 8 people out of the 109, all of a sudden you've got, a higher percentage of people that want some kind of triggered vote versus those that want no vote at all. I mean, a couple of those people, to balance that, a couple of those 8 did say, one of them said point blank, we've elected these people to this position. I don't have it in front of me. They basically have said what you just said, Jennifer, that we've elected the trustees, they should make their own mind up. And another said, technical things, the electorate generally gets wrong. But other than that, the other 6 were more or less on the side of, we don't want annexation. So we don't think the town should annex more because they can't handle what they already have, so. And then they voted no votes. And I just think they don't really, that skews it a bit.
I think it is also just
7th option.
It's also worth pointing out just that because we are such a tiny town, and because we do have some engaged residents, that we are in a position where annexation has maybe a more disproportionate impact, I guess, on every resident than annexations would in a larger municipality, right? So most municipalities are bigger than us, and impacts of annexations, they don't feel them, right? A lot of the people who live there don't actually feel the impact of it because there's small subdevelopments that get annexed, little bits at a time. But for our town, obviously things change a lot more, even if we annex a single property. So, and I also think that the survey is not a surprise to me at all. People in Ned want to have a say in things. This is kind of what I expected, that there would be, a 30 to 40%, a sizable amount that would say no vote, but that the majority would say they want some kind of vote at some point with some trigger. And that doesn't surprise me at all. And I do feel it is generally the will of the residents from my anecdotal conversations with people, as well as from that survey, that generally the majority of people in Nederland want some kind of trigger. What the trigger is, that's, I think, up to us, but I think they want some kind of trigger.
Who wrote the survey, and how did we decide who got the survey? What was the list? All registered voters?
So the survey just went out on our social media channels. It was drafted initially by Trustee Coombs Ismail, edited by Mayor Billy and Scott Papich, but we just released it through our typical channels. So anyone could take it, which is another kind of consideration here, is that we cannot say for certain that these are individuals within the Nederland boundaries and or parcels that border to
Right.
Nederland.
Agreed.
Or that they didn't take it.
As a referendum on
Right, but they
anything.
didn't take it more than once. You know, those are some of the challenges. We did want to ensure that it was anonymous, and that's one of the downfalls of Google survey, is that if I locked it where you could only take it once, you then have to register your email address, which is often a deterrent and or sometimes creates like technical issues for people. And so historically, in any time we've run a survey in town, we just take that risk a little bit and operate on kind of the trust system that people are just taking it one time.
Oh, so also
Nicole has her hand up and Karen has her hand up, and after that, I'd like to hear something. Jesse.
Sorry, I already did my hand up.
Karen.
Oh, okay, about the survey, we had 90 respondents. And in the last election, we had 512 voters out of 1373. And as far as an election or no election, you know, I feel like what Attorney Madsen said, the trustees were elected to represent the citizens, and we have annexation criteria to ensure that the public is involved, that the town can support the additional property with infrastructure and services, and that the annexation is of benefit to the town. The BOT can always refer an annexation application to electors. Citizens can petition for a vote on an approved annexation with just 5% of the voters in the last election. So that's 25 citizens who could petition for an election. And the other thing I want to point out is that placing the burden of the election cost on the applicant may not be fair. So that's all I have to say.
Explain why would it not be fair?
Well, if it's for an affordable housing development, then the cost is, you know, any additional costs are a problem.
Agreed.
Can we get a sense of what an election costs though? Because it's minuscule in the grand scheme of things. It's not a significant amount of money.
If you're going with the Boulder County coordinated election, it was pricey.
Well, how much was our special election, Miranda?
Typically, our elections are between $2,000 to $3,000.
Okay, that's not much.
And in the context of an affordable housing development, it's, you know, people who need affordable housing aren't building affordable housing developments. It's not we can't make that equation.
And also, yeah, this wouldn't be a county. This would be town for the public. I mean, the small election of the little area that wants to be annexed, you're right, that might fall under the county. But the actual popular election, triggered or not, be on the town, and it's 2,000 to 3,000. And you just said a number that you may be right, but I read it differently. You said 5% of the last election. I don't think it's 5% of the people that voted in the last election. I could be wrong. I think it's 5% of the people that were registered to vote for the last election. Does anyone, Jennifer, do you know which of those?
I'm actually, that's what I was looking at.
100%.
I think it's 5% of the registered electors.
That's what I think. So it'd be more like 60, versus 25.
We were saying that 60 people could petition the Board of Trustees to ask for an election.
Yeah, like how I read that, and Karen might be right. Jennifer's kind of referenced it, but how I read it was 5% of the people registered to vote, doesn't mean they voted, but 5% of the registered electors in the last election, in this case, it's around $1,200, or 1,200 people. 5% of those would need to sign a petition for a referendum.
That's correct. Yeah,
And that-
it's the percentage
And that
of
would
the registered
make it-
electors.
It would be mandatory then, because if that happened?
Yes.
Yes.
And then we
So-
need, I mean, I like the idea of putting that in there quite a bit, actually. And you gave that example. And I guess, we just need to make it clear who pays for the election.
Well, and just a clarification for myself, the petitioner is also going to be paying for all the other costs that are outlined, correct? Such as like the impact study and everything else.
Yes, that's what's written in the ordinance. It can be changed, but that's what's written.
Do we have an understanding of what all those costs tally up to be? It's just off the top of somebody's head.
I think it would be pretty significant. I mean,
$50,000 to $100,000. I'm gonna guess.
I would definitely think it's something like that.
Yeah, I'm guessing whoever is gonna want to be annexed, they realize it's gonna cost them money. The whole reason they're doing it is for some sort of gain that's gonna help them in the long run. So I think.
I mean,
Well,
it is worth noting that we need to separate out what would be required of these folks to do anyway versus what is additionally required by our ordinance, right? So there's a lot of this stuff they would have to do one way or the other. And a lot of the stuff they would have to do one way or the other according to other town codes, right? If they were to do a PUD, a plan unit development, or,
Right.
So a lot of this stuff is duplicative and stuff that they would need to do anyway. The things that I can see that aren't are the traffic study and the environmental impact report. Like those seem to be two items that are outside of the normal realm of a plan unit development or an SRU, and not required by state law in an annexation. And so it's really the cost of those two things, as far as I can tell, that we need to factor into this. Not so much the rest of it. I mean, things like the names and addresses and phone numbers of people nearby, like that doesn't cost any money. Like it looks like a long list of things, but a lot of these things are not actually that expensive.
Sure.
And that's a good point. You brought that up on October 4th when we talked last, that some of these are, redundant things that would have to be required of a PUD anyways.
We're at 45 minutes.
Oh, cool. Now I want to give us a few more because we did start. I was saying 45 each once we finish consent. So we're just about there. And actually, I mean, quite honestly, if we are there, I'm happy. I had two more. I know I sent you some kind of grammatical edits or, like standard edits. I saw a couple more. I'll get those to you, Jennifer. Just wording. Is two.
What's driving the discussion tonight? We discussed this a bunch of times. Do we have a petition coming or something in front of us? We don't even have the ability to annex yet. And we've discussed this a bunch over the last 90 days.
We made edits. I can't recall if you were here on October 4th or not, but we made edits based on things that we talked about in the October 4th meeting. That's where a lot of the redlining happens. And then there are also some the repeal and replace. Well, for 1531, there's a couple different versions that were based more on the starting on page 62, annexation to be approved. There was 5 acres and greater. Density requires votes, so that's just written one way for that 5 acres and greater. And then the one above that, page 60, I think, was 10 acres and greater, page 61. So we were really just, she was editing the last version based on the feedback we got on October 4th, and editing that and giving us a couple different versions.
But to answer your question, what's driving the conversation is the IGA with Boulder County expires December 31st. It actually expired earlier this year, and the BOT voted in a very intense kind of conversation about it to extend it to the 31st, knowing that the reason why we were doing that was to put our own annexation policy in place before the IGA expired, so that we did not, have a situation where there was no policy at all. So that's what's driving this conversation. And I personally, promised to get this in front of the BOT in a timely manner so that we could vote on it but before that December 31st deadline. And so I'm still going to push that we do so, because I mean, it's it's on my head as a personal promise that I made to the board and to the town at that time.
Do you have a mission accomplished banner?
Totally. And for something that we all care about quite a bit, water rights, an annexation policy of some sort is part of that, needs to be in place as we kind of move ahead on securing water rights. This is definitely a big piece of, a big chess move.
Are we going to, between now and the 31st, discuss IGA strategy? Or is that something that comes before the full board, or how are we handling this?
Well, to me, that's something that we need to discuss if we want to discuss it after it expires. Florida County has not come to us with any indication that they are keen to renew it if we're not. So if we do want to have an IGA with Boulder County, we'll have to decide what we want that to look like and why we want to have one.
And then get them to pay attention.
Yeah. And I do think putting our own annexation policy in place and letting that IGA expire puts us in a much stronger position with the county than we would have been otherwise.
Okay, great.
Tanya?
Oh, yeah, I also wanted to say, I'm pretty sure we're supposed to give Jennifer direction on how we want to approach the election, if we're going to require one or not, and what is going to trigger that. Am I wrong? Isn't that one of the main things she needs from us tonight, or no?
She wants direction on referring annexation ordinance to a vote, and for petition of annexation election, do you want to require a vote? We talked about that was like if the 50%.
So regarding myself personally, to give my personal direction regarding what would trigger an election, I would think 10 acres or a change in density. And I'm going to tell you why. I understand that we're elected and the people trust us to make these decisions. But I have lived in this town since '95, and I've seen mayors and trustees and planning commissions and town admins come and go. And I don't think it's wise to give that much power to people. Many people have joined these boards because they have motives of development or all kinds. And I'm not even going to get into details. But personally, I just feel there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think this is going to come up very often, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. And I understand that if this fails, if I'm outnumbered, that then people can rally and get a petition sent to the town of Ned that will then require a vote, 60 people or whatever it was you said. So that at least makes me feel a little better. But certainly I would never give any of us this much power. Never. Not all of us are even elected, as we know. Many people have just been appointed. And I'm telling you, we're all good people, yes, but I don't have a dog in this fight. But there are people who join these boards who do. And I've seen it, and that's my reasoning.
Yeah. There's a long history of that very thing happening. In the 1970s, Mayor Doctor built the Big Springs neighborhood. He used his political power as mayor to do so, and in a ramshackle way. This is what is at stake. I agree with Tanya. 10 acres and a density increase.
But Tanya lives there now.
What's that? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you guys. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Did you say my name?
Well, Jesse pointed out that you live there, but that's irrelevant.
I do, but we're already part of town. But I mean, yeah, I'm just.
Well, should we undo it? I mean, that was a questionable way in which policy got done. I think that was a case in point of being exactly what you're talking about. And I think from a earthworking and civil engineering point of view, Big Springs was a very bad choice for annexation. And I mean, we could undo that right now. I don't think we should. I think we're better off having Big Springs as being part of town.
That's a lot of power for us to be doing that. I would hope that would go to a vote. You know what I'm saying? So if that was really the case, like it's too much for town to maintain these roads and we're going to spend all this money on the freezing pipes and all this money on paving it and people complaining and the plow trucks and the egress, it's going to cost us $500,000. Yeah, man, forget us. Let's put it to the vote. That's what I'm saying. We shouldn't make those choices.
It's important that, yeah, when you extend that out into the future, it's about making a policy that would, continue on into the future when, long after we're no longer on the board of trustees. And so it accounts for all kinds of folks that get in and out of the government, but it puts something in place that's just more clear and consistent. And again, the annexation ordinance in and of itself. I am, for many of the same reasons that Tanya, I am for, I'd like to see things go to the electorate.
One more pitch for voting, and that is that I don't think we should be afraid of elections. I think that we just had an election where our residents voted to increase taxes across the board on every single ballot measure that we put before them. I think that if we go through a diligent process as a board, we are clear and open in our communication. If the people who are proposing things are doing so in a way that is thorough and well researched and well presented, that people of Nederland are smart. People of Nederland will vote I think in accordance, obviously, with their convictions. But I think that if we think that something is really good for our town and we make a good case why, I think people will listen. And I don't think that people should be afraid of elections. I think they actually force us to do a better job as a board if we're forced to go to the people on these sorts of things. And I don't think that many of the areas that were identified in that previous draft revision of the IGA, which I still urge everyone to go look at, but the primary planning areas that were never passed but proposed in that, I think that most of those would be annexed into town, probably with no issue whatsoever, even if there were an election required for some of them. So I don't think that we are denying the possibility for annexation here. I think that we're going to make annexations better, sustainable for long-term health of the town, rather than creating problems for other people to solve in the future, like Big Springs.
The only thing I'll add is that, yes, there seems like you could definitely go for a vote, deciding we need to decide on what that trigger is. But then it also seems like there's a lot of precautions that are also put in place if there wasn't a vote. Like Tanya, like you said, it's like, okay, well, I feel pretty good about 60 people being able to petition, right? And so and it seems like there's a lot of those safe built-ins kind of along the way, and that it's mostly rare. As Attorney Madsen had said. So those are just kind of the things that I'm contemplating, and I think still us doing our due diligence and making sure that all the pieces are put into place to making sure, as like we said, like, is this good for the city? Or how do we get to, how does the city benefit? Regardless, those are protocols and things that we're going to have to step through.
Your hand is still up. I don't know if that is just because you haven't turned it off.
Oh, sorry,
Jennifer?
I'll take it down.
Okay, no worries. Thank you. Jennifer, do you have what you need on those questions before the board?
So,
Well, I don't
just
think we
wanna-
have.
What would you like, or what do you need?
Oh, I
Well,
didn't.
one, I don't.
I didn't get a
Go ahead.
chance to weigh in. I don't think I got a chance to weigh in on that last
Go
question.
for it.
I would be in favor of no vote for annexation. There's only 2 municipalities in Colorado that require a vote. Boulder, just in this last election, they had on the ballot CU Boulder South, and whether that annexation, which was approved, should go through. And I believe the voters did vote in favor of the annexation that was approved. And so that's my opinion.
But isn't there three? I'm not that it's still only a very small amount, but Lyons, Greenwood Village, and wasn't there one more? But anyway,
Manitou Springs, there is more than just two.
There's
but still,
more.
yes, it's
Yeah.
the minority. It's the minority. But you know, Ned.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there.
And the CU Boulder South annexation ordinance went to the voters as a referendum.
Which
Yeah,
means
they-
they had a petition signed to, like, voters brought it.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, because the neighborhood there was really mad about it. But again, you know, you got people voting from North Boulder on whether or not an annexation should happen in South Boulder. This is not an apples to apples comparison. It really doesn't matter at all what Boulder is
Right.
doing. It has nothing to do with what's going on in Nederland at all. It's a completely ridiculous comparison to make.
Yeah, I mean, it just surely because North Nederland is pretty close to South Nederland. So
I didn't really look at the details of that, Eric. It was just an observation that that there was a referendum on an annexation in Boulder County.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, it just seems clear to me that the residents of Nederland want to be able to vote on this stuff. I haven't found anyone who really says otherwise, but for a few people, and they're very outspoken, but it's only a few people. For the most part, it seems people want to say what goes on and whether or not we massively change the character of the town, and that's my position on it. They're happy enough to pass an annexation ordinance of any kind, so we at least have a policy in place. But it seems to me that, you know, it does irk me to read those comments. You know, we get these comments all the time that are very insulting sometimes, and you just have to deal with that. But then the ones that kind of are resigned to us not doing what the will of the actual residents is in the first place are the ones that bother me. And I would like this board as much as possible to demonstrate that it's actually listening to folks who live here and giving them what they want.
it's that perfect segue to public comment. And I just got a reminder that public comment needs to happen for this and the next 4 discussion items. So I'd like to open this up for public comment. 3 minutes, please. And yes, thank you for the timer. Does anyone care to make a public comment on this discussion item?
Am I unmuted?
I can hear your voice.
This is Dawn, Nederland resident. So I am all for democracy, but I do believe in representative democracy. And if people could bring a referendum and call a vote anyway, if they wanted to vote, why would you need to put it into an ordinance? I'm wondering if the board has considered annexation to just let future boards, this board or future boards, consider each project on its own merit as they come. And then it should be on the involved, interested resident to know when there's something going on. The agendas are posted. You all have your circles. People are very communicative. We've got our social media circles. I believe people would show up in hordes to give comment at the Board of Trustees meetings to let you know what they think. And based on that, I believe that you would know whether an election for any given project was needed or not. That's my only observation. Thank you.
Don? Anyone else have any public
Here,
comment?
here.
Any other public comments? *6 if
Nope. I just unmuted. Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Can I? You still have
Yes.
public comment open?
Yes.
Kayla Evans, 1250 Eldora Road. Dawn, if you want to give me a couple of your minutes, I've got about
Nope,
6
3
pages
minutes,
of-
please. 3 minutes.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Time's
me.
burning.
So quickly, to clarify, when there were other, we had a mayor. Oh, I'm not even going to go into that. I think it would help if the board knew more about what they were talking about when they put these things on record. There were not properties that were trying to be shoved through annexation. There were several properties when Chris Larson was mayor that identified as possible, but it was always going to be left up to the people that were there, so it wasn't something that was mandatorily shoved on them. And to make an assumption, number two, that all builders are going to be making a ton of money from their projects is also an assumption that I think should not be made without finding out a little bit more information about what you're talking about. The concept plan that you're talking about that needs to be done, did the town of Nederland do one for the water treatment plant down by the high school? Because if there is one there, it might be possible for people to use their concept plan. It would be the same sort of information. It's right next to it. So I did appreciate, Nicole, there is a large cost to this. I don't mind doing that, but there is no buy-in right now for the town. Not that you have to buy in, but if you're looking at a project that is going to be done for the benefit of the people in your community, and you're placing all of the responsibility and costs onto the builder, that's one thing. If there is just some buy-in from the town, the amount of money, the output prior to any kind of annexation is very cost prohibitive. It makes people not want to do anything if the cost is so huge and there is no guarantee of any kind of annexation. Even if the property is annexed, that doesn't necessarily mean that it moves beyond that. There are many, many places where the project could be denied or turned down at that point. So I think that should be taken in, I hope, into some consideration. I just am, I'm sort of flabbergasted at some of the things that were said tonight. I would love to have more time to be able to explain in greater detail what my particular project is. I also think when Tanya says that you think you need to have something written in stone that is going to stay there because future boards can't change them and make up other decisions down the road. Well, that's the whole point of government. Societies change, everything changes. That's why we have an amendment that's to constitutions, is that things change, and you need to be able to have the flexibility to be able to change with what it is that your community and the people in your community need and want. So I, if I'm over my 3 minutes, I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Okay, I'm going to close the public comment section. Let's make it a point off that last comment. Not everyone going for annexation is a developer or a builder. People are. Some people aren't. Some people want to be annexed. Any other closing thoughts to get Jennifer some direction so we can move on to the next discussion?
I'll just say, for the record, I'm in favor of not having a vote. I feel that we have lots of options and recourse to send it to a referendum or a public vote, and I would prefer to retain more agility as a board to make these decisions. And yeah, I've been trying to listen and take into consideration the arguments from my fellow BOT members, and I appreciate the arguments y'all have been putting forward, and trying to listen with an open mind. And I am not yet convinced that that's the right approach. So that's where I'm at, and I would prefer to. I don't necessarily feel a sense of urgency. I appreciate that you put, you made your declaration, Eric, to come up with a policy before the IGA expires. I have not heard any compelling reason why we can't just let it expire and let it be what it is. And I don't know that we have a great sense of urgency to create this policy before the end of the year. So that's where I'm at the moment, just so you all know.
Well, Jesse, I do think we need to have an annexation policy in place if it expires, because we don't have all the procedures like saying that you need an environmental impact, a traffic study, and there's a lot there. Currently, the annexation procedures are very minimal in our municipal code. But what I want, just one little piece of feedback to Jennifer, and that is I'd like to see language added to the annexation chapter to advise of the option of referral and referendum.
Agree with that, totally.
Yeah, I mean, the referral to a referendum thing exists for everything that we do, right? I mean, this is not a special thing. So I don't think it stands in for an election in any way. To me, that's not it's not an argument that actually makes sense. That always exists, right? That can always be done. And as a board, we can always refer things to an election, right? That also always exists. The reason for doing this has nothing to do with either of the reasons for why those two provisions exist. The reason for adding a trigger for an election in this particular context would be in order for the town to get on board with a large-scale project, right? That's what we would be trying to do. If the DOT believed that this was a good project, we would have to put together the materials necessary to convince the rest of the town that in fact was a good project, right? And that's why we would trigger an election. It's not for what a referendum is for, and not for what a referral to the people is for on our end. It's so that the petitioner puts together a solid application, right? If a petitioner has a friendly board, they don't have to put together a solid application, and it can just be ran through, right? And that is the case if we don't have an election trigger. I'm not saying that that's the end of the world. It's not the end of the world, but it is the case. So let's not pretend that it's not the case. Just because you list a bunch of things that need to be included in a petition doesn't mean that they have to be done well. It also doesn't mean that they have to be things that actually make any sense, right? And I've seen many things that don't make any sense put in front of us, and I've been frustrated with that. So this would require people to have their house in order. It would require them to have a viable project that the town actually wants. It would be a more sustainable project because the town would be on board, and the BOT would also have a mandate to get that project done because they know that the people want it. For all of those reasons, it still makes sense to me to have an election. And I don't think people should be so afraid of it. I don't understand what the fear is. If it's a good project, why wouldn't it pass?
Here,
Why wouldn't
here.
it pass?
All the stakeholders, including the Board of Trustees, would work to inform people why it's a good thing to vote for, why the annexation would be in the benefit of town. And we just had a great example last Tuesday. People voted for 8 taxes. I mean, crazy, local, fire, and county. It's because it's for the, they're all bringing us good things.
Just out of curiosity, though, won't we have to do that anyway? Won't we have to? I mean, whether there's a vote or there's a no vote, I mean, folks could still bring it to a referendum. Won't we still have to make it a good case that makes sense for the town?
That organizing to do a referendum is a very rare thing and very unlikely thing, especially if you don't know if the project's a failure until you're multiple years into it. right? Like this is you know, the idea that we put it back on the people to like, well, tell us if you don't like it. You know, it's kind of, I find it to be a bit not really in the spirit of democratic process to say, well, we're going to do stuff you don't like, and if you don't like it, well, organize people and do a referendum to stop us. Like, that seems a little antagonistic.
That's pretty negative.
I don't feel that we need to reinvent our democracy here.
But
We have a
what is the
democratic system
fear
that's in
of the
place.
election? I'm just curious, like the people who don't want the elect, what is the worry that it's going to postpone something a few months?
I'm not afraid of an election. I
It's
ran.
3 months.
I ran for office.
Right. So why would there be a fear of putting something to election? It would postpone something by about 3 months, I think, is what it takes.
Well, we can decide to put something to election, and the electorate can also demand that something goes to an election. I'm saying let's not attach a reinvention of the wheel of our democratic system in Netherlands to annexation per se.
I don't understand what you mean by a reinvention of the wheel.
Well, we're elected to make decisions on behalf
Not
of
all
the
of us
town.
are elected for starts, but
Well,
yeah.
of course, and that is also part of our democracy as it stands. We have a democratic process in
So
Netherlands.
you find it redundant to bring it to the voters.
Redundant is we're already protected against, if there is a strong sentiment amongst the electorate to have an election, they can relatively easily demand a referendum election for that. And we are also trending towards more transparency, and I would like to see growing transparency. I love that there was a survey done. I think that it could be improved upon. Obviously, the email thing is a little bug that we can tweak, and as we move forward, I think I would like to see us trending more towards more transparency and participation moving forward.
Well, the majority of people were wanting an election, but you know, but if the survey results are going to be discredited because we don't know who voted twice, it could have been on the side of who knows. So yeah, these surveys are useless then if that's the.
No, I'm saying I think that was a
Basing a
great
lot of policy on those surveys.
thing for us to do, to put that survey out to the public, and I think I would love to see us continuing to do that moving forward in 2023.
And what's
And
the
I
point
would
if
like
we
to
go
see
against
our
results?
Tanya interrupting me, but we can
Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead, Jesse. I mean, I think they've given us good for information for parking, for animal ordinance, and now for, you know, a very short 3-week annexation survey. You know, we can't be 100% certain of the results, but it's good. I think gives us a pulse on what people are thinking.
I think we use it like as a data point, right? It's a data point, just like what the other municipalities are doing are a data point, and you know how we want to run our particular municipality. It would be all the data points that we have to kind of pull together.
I guess I'm confused why people wouldn't want an election. I'm confused why people wouldn't want a mandate. Like
I can tell you why I would rather not have an election.
Why?
Yeah, why?
Because there's one annexation that's in the foreground of my mind. It's the elephant in the room. It's Kayla Evans' property. It is very closely related and tied to our water rights, which is coming right down the pike. We have an expiration date on that, where we have to go back to the water court and make a petition. There's a ton of advantages to it, and I don't want to leave that to the hands of the electorate. If the electorate feels otherwise, they can come up with a petition and demand a referendum. If the majority of the BOT feels otherwise, they can vote 4-3 or whatever the vote may come down and kick it to an election. There's lots of recourse. We also have a public hearing. We also have the planning commission. We have all the steps in the planning work that the petitioner needs to do, not least of which is the election itself. If the electorate shoots it down, it has to wait another year before it can go through, and by that time we've lost time. I'm up, you know, after we get this hypothetical deal done for our water rights, I don't really care how restrictive the annexation policy is.
There
I
is no
want
deal.
for us to.
See,
I want.
I think this is-
Listen.
I think
Listen. Let me talk. I've been
not true,
listening to you
though.
guys. I haven't
Not true.
said a whole lot. Just let me make my point, please.
Go for it,
After after this hypothetical annexation with Kayla gets vetted and either ruled out because it doesn't pan out, or you know we select a different avenue for our water rights. You know, I don't know what other annexation petitions are on the table, and you know, frankly, I don't care too much about the annexation policy after that. And I want, in the meantime, to retain as much agility as a board as possible to strike a deal. I see you shaking your head, Eric. It's fine, but that's my point, and that's where I stand. And I would prefer not to send it to election in the meantime.
Can we
So
add
I-
something?
Karen,
Oh,
just Karen was next. She did. She go for it.
So I think Eric
Thank you.
asked why I wouldn't want an election. And I don't think it's a necessary step. The sense I get from the community is that I haven't heard that they really want an election for annexations. So I just don't think it's necessary.
Furthermore, I have not heard a convincing reason why we need to decide this right now. Let's figure out the budget and the police and kick this to 2023. I mean, we're doing 4-hour meetings and weekly meetings right now, and I don't hear the urgent. I don't understand the urgency.
This is urgent because we have an IGA expiring, and also because this is
So what?
going on for what, 20 years talking about annexation. Like, this is not just happening now. This is not like, oh, all of a sudden we're interested in annexation. This has been going on for years. So
We don't need a policy to make a decision. We just need a vote.
Sure, so let's vote.
Tanya?
Well, can we add something that
We don't
says?
have anything to vote on.
Tanya's
Can we
got her
add
hand up. Tanya.
Can we add something that says if applicant wants to give us land to build a reservoir, they do not need a vote? Something very specific, because we're all thinking,
We
oh,
don't-
Kim's going to give us this land to build a reservoir, which we all need, what we think we need for the water rights. So can we just add that if that's the big reason you don't want to have a vote? You know, they're going to
We
give us
don't-
the land to build a reservoir, very specific, not just like for the greater good of the community. I don't like those kind of vague things.
We don't need to make a rule for the sake of making rules.
But I thought
That's
the
whole
only
point.
Making a rule for
the
sake of
reason
making
you
rules.
want to push this through without the election is because you want to make sure Kayla's project goes through because she says she's going to give us land to build a reservoir. So
Okay, I've never
No,
said
I'm
that.
just trying to say
We-
I
no,
want,
yeah,
I
okay,
want
let's
us to
stop.
leave our
she's never
flexibility.
said that. And you're
Hey,
basing
guys,
policy on.
we might need to take a 5 minutes if I can't. This is about annexation ordinance. This is not about Bobcat Ridge. We're not gonna hold anything up on one project.
Well, I
There's a
wasn't-
lot of variables that aren't even clear that it's an option for us to have a reservoir. So we have a lot of things we need to figure out, but our annexation ordinance is about all annexation, not one particular thing. Holding it up so something can get passed through is yeah.
We're trying to
Not-
make a
not-
rule for
not
the
the
sake
way
of
to
making
go.
rules. We already have a decision-making process. We can make decisions as decision-making
We have
points
to
come
have
up
an,
and
for
before
the
us.
water rights, we have to have an annexation ordinance. It's part of what needs to happen up front.
No, for
this does
Kayla's
need to
water
happen.
rights, we do.
No. Actually.
No, there's there may or may not be opportunities to secure our water rights within town limits.
I don't understand that statement.
We don't need to make a rule just for the sake of how to give ourselves a guidance for making decisions. We vote, and if we vote 4 people to 3, we can decide. And so if there's a decision that comes before us, we take a vote and we make a decision. We don't need to have a rule to tell us how to make a decision. We already have that.
The annexation ordinance. And I think that the thing is we
No, we
again, as for our water, we're taking steps, taking that sequentially, and we're gonna make good decisions on water rights. Bobcat Ridge is its own thing. When it comes to us, it comes to us. But an annexation ordinance is global. And
Well, I don't hear urgency, and I don't know why we're spending so much time on this right now. I'd like to move on to other agenda items like the budget, because that does have a timeline. And I know the IGA expires. That's already been explained to me. And
we don't need
the
the
downside
ordinance.
of not having a the
The
downside of
IGA
not
can
having
go
an
ahead and
annexation
expire.
policy is that we have to make a decision as a board. I'm fine with that. I don't see any problems with that.
Well, unfortunately, it seems like we haven't directed town staff to do anything with this.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm
It seems
happy
like
about that.
Right, and that's just bad, bad policy making and bad governance and really irresponsible.
Not in my opinion.
Very stupid.
I disagree.
So what we should do is actually follow through on the tasks that are at hand that have been set before us by previous boards and previous boards and previous boards. And we should get this done.
Is there a vote that says we
Get
want
an
to direct
action
town
item
staff? I mean,
immediately.
we're working this out right now, real time, in my opinion.
When is this going to be back as an action item? That's what I want to know.
questions before the board is what amendment changes do we have related to this ordinance version? And that Jennifer needs direction on referring annexation ordinance to a vote. And then separately, for a petition of annexation election, do we want to require a vote? Those are the things.
This conversation is trying to fix a problem we don't have.
Tom, I'm wondering what you're thinking.
I agree with what Jess is saying. I think we've discussed this. I think we got a ton of things at the current. We had set ourselves a limit of 45 minutes per item. I think we're way over the line, and we're going to go. I can see already we're going to have to jettison some things because we're not going to get to them tonight. That's what I have. I don't want to go any further because I think we've not kept with our own rules tonight. Yeah, but I do agree with the point that we're elected as a board to make decisions on behalf of the people. It's a representative democracy. I think we're getting a pretty good. The purpose of the discussion was to get a good direction on where how we each feel. I think we've gotten that, but I think we need to move on. We got the master plan is next on the agenda, and we got people waiting for us to finish this up.
We're just doing a really bad job directing town staff on how to proceed with these things. There's no point in having discussion item after discussion item if we're not going to direct anybody to do anything. So what
I want to direct town staff to not do anything and don't spend any time on this.
All right, I want to direct town staff to keep it exactly as it is, add the changes that we discussed about the environmental impact report and bring it back as an action item next meeting. That's what I direct town staff to do. Do we all get to direct town staff individually? Like what?
Well, you and I, Eric, are two individual votes, and we're telling town staff to do something exactly the opposite, which I don't think town staff should take their direction from us as individuals.
I'm looking to Mayor Billy here. I don't understand what we're doing.
Okay.
We're having a power struggle.
I'm looking for a not a 4 on for a petition for annexation election, which is the people that want to be annexed, that they have to have an election to choose in. I'm saying we require a vote for a petition of annexation election. Looking for a nod of 4. That would we get it if we get it. That what?
It's state law, right?
Criteria.
I mean,
Under the state law, and why is that as something you need?
Well,
Did you need,
at the beginning of the
need
discussion,
guidance on that? Didn't you need guidance on that, Jennifer? That's a question she asked. That's why I'm just reading the question that was asked for the board. That's if it's on page the top of page 33.
I think it's whether or not it goes to the second vote, that part. the first, yeah, the item for petition to annexation is covered by the state law, but whether or not there's going to be a trigger for a vote, I think Mayor Billy is what you're referring to.
I was actually going with the easier one first. Because I read them as separate. Jennifer, enlighten me. Aren't you asking those as two separate things you want direction on? Or am I?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So thank you. So looking at the top of page 33, for a petition for annexation election, I'm looking for not a 4 on whether we would require a vote.
No, but we can't do another 4 on that because we haven't decided whether we want to do a vote at all. So first, that doesn't actually make sense.
They're separate votes.
The lead direction on, I think, is a red herring. We just need to say what we think about it and see which 4 people agree. So everyone knows how I think about
Okay,
it.
no, I agree. We'll just go around the horn and people are going to tell us what they think, whether something would trigger a vote or something would not trigger a vote. I'll go back to the question on page 32 on referring the annexation ordinance to a vote. And
Can we vote on a discussion item? Are we moving this to an action item?
No,
we're
it's just
voting. It's
direction.
really just giving her direction on the next step. It's not
Okay,
an action.
got it.
I think
Okay.
there's too much unclear, and there's even edits to make on this thing to make it an action item still. So Tom, you voted. You already said it, but just I'm asking you again. Would you sorry, I'm trying to read it.
You're looking for a nod on whether I want an election?
No, yeah. Would you refer an annexation ordinance to a vote? Triggered vote.
No.
Okay. Karen,
No.
Tanya,
Yes, 10 acres and density.
Jesse,
No, and I'd like town staff to stop working on this.
Eric,
Yes, 10 acres in density.
No.
and I'm a yes. 10 acres and density. So the noes have it. So we will, as it stands now, the board does not want to move ahead with a triggered vote. So any work that we do on their annexation ordinance would not include that section of 1531, or at least.
I want to say to you all that I do consider myself open-minded, and I'm absolutely open to hearing arguments and having my mind changed, but I have not heard those yet. So Eric, Tanya, Billy, by all means, call me, text me anytime. My phone is always available, and I will hear out your thoughts and
Just don't call at the same
leave
time.
myself open. Yes, of course.
Good. Tom, excellent.
Can we
Keeping us in
please
line.
direct town staff to bring this back to us?
Yes, please. And the one thing I would say, please add the referendum, like Karen had asked for earlier, that you clearly state the referral and referendum. I think that is super important that people really know. If
Yeah, I would like
if
for
we're
the
not going to have a trigger for a
electorate-
vote, we just want it really clear that people know they can actually they can.
I would like the electorate to know that across the board, and for us to make that public just in general, and that to be just part of our repeated message that, hey, anytime the electorate wants to vote on something, then that's always available. And I think we should just I for one believe in continually improving democracy, and I think transparency and participation are the two core fundamental principles in that. And
It's so ironic
like
that you don't want a public vote, dude.
No, I don't want to.
Jesus,
I
it
don't
doesn't
want
make
to
any
hog
sense.
If you don't listen
I don't
to
want to
what
hog
people
tie
say when
ourselves
they
before we
participate.
get into a big opportunity. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I know, but this isn't about Bobcat Ridge, everybody.
It's not about that.
We're moving on to the next
There is no
discussion
big
item.
opportunity.
Well, it's also not about creating rules for their own sake.
Oh,
No, it's about listening to people.
definitely not.
We're doing that.
8:05
We're a
p.m.
democracy.
Yes. I
8:05
mean,
p.m.
thanks, Tom. Moving on to discussion item number 2. Thank you, Tom.
But Billy, sorry, can we please get this back on the agenda so we can just vote on the damn thing so it's done? So can we direct town staff to,
Yeah.
to do this by
Yeah.
the next meeting, please?
If you would,
Let them know the position.
if you would let me and Miranda just look at the next one might be fine. I just want to make sure it might need to be December 6th. Just because we got a lot of stuff going on the 29th too.
Your next meeting was the 29th, which was being held solely for the public hearing. So I would say this will go on the 6th because I think it's
6th,
important for
yeah.
the public to understand that that is solely for the budget.
Awesome. That gonna work for you, Jennifer?
Yes, that works for me.
Great, thanks. Moving on into the master infrastructure plan update, Miranda, Nathan, and Emmett.
I'm actually going to turn this over primarily to Nathan here. Thanks, Nathan, for hanging out with us. And then Emmett kind of as backup, and same with myself.
Thanks, Miranda. So just kind of a quick summary. We have been working with the town for quite some time on updating the master infrastructure plan for the town. There was an update that was done, I think just completed last year, but we are focused this time around just on the roadway and drainage improvements throughout town. So in the document that's part of the agenda for tonight, it's mainly section 5 that has been updated, and that pertains mainly to the streets and drainage in the town. I don't know if there's anything needing to be discussed or reviewed, but happy to kind of talk through any questions that there might be or answer any questions.
I've got one, Nathan. Given that that's the primary focus, where specifically do we need to put our focus first? What's most urgent?
So I could kind of tag team this with Emmett, but obviously, you know, the town has quite a few locations that require continuous drainage repairs, whether it's erosion on the roads. And, you know, we all talked about this. You know, it probably comes up just about every meeting. But basically, we worked with the town to kind of develop a rating system to look at each of these individual locations, and they're identified as part of the exhibits. So all of the exhibits that are attached are just kind of a high-level overview of what is proposed to repair those sections, and then we have a cost associated to each one that we have kind of projected and updated based on what we think the repair would take. And I will also add that those costs are kind of assuming that additional work in engineering could be done, and it might go out to bid. So it's kind of assuming, you know, these are becoming projects, whereas I think a lot of these items are things that the town will likely complete in-house. So those numbers are hopefully on the higher side of what we'd expect to see for anything needing repair in the town. And so we've kind of broken it down into a couple, you know, kind of a, you know, 1 to 5 year plan, and then up to 10 years. And really, the priorities are kind of a breakdown of what have been identified as problematic areas that the town constantly has to revisit and basically, you know, put effort towards. Also, you know, areas that have certain levels of demand. For example, you know, certain roads. I know last BOT we talked about the Beaver Creek Apartments and what to do there. You know, obviously there's a lot of different ways to, you know, navigate around that area if there was ever an issue, as opposed to something in Big Springs, for example, where there's only a few kind of major arterial roads that take you in and out of the community. So we've kind of taken that into consideration, and that was set in no particular order, just to kind of give examples just based on the location of certain things. And then obviously price is the big component as well. And what we've tried to do is try to look at, what projects are achievable and at what time they can be achieved based on the budget that the town currently has allocated for streets and improvements. And so we've hopefully taken a conservative approach to kind of start checking off certain areas on a yearly basis to repair some of the items, and then obviously focus on the bigger ticket items along the way as well. So it kind of does vary throughout town. And those are also provided as part of Section 5. We basically created a table that kind of summarizes what year we'd like to see that done, the budget, the general work that needs to be done, and then there's obviously descriptions to each of those too. And I could talk through, if you'd like to talk through the priority areas. I can just kind of run through a few of those if you'd like.
Please.
All right. Give me 1 second here. And would it be easier if I shared my screen so everybody kind of sees what sections I'm referring to?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is all in the agenda packet, and I think it would be, it's probably worthwhile to skim through. And of course, these priority rankings are subjective, and they will change with time. Obviously, priorities are going to change year by year. Demand is going to change based on what needs to be done, and likely the budget will change for certain things. But basically, it's broken down by community subdivision, and that's represented on the overall town map, which I can kind of show you after this. But it's basically a general overview of the entire town. So,
Are you trying to show us a
oh yeah, I'm
presentation? Because
sorry.
I'm not seeing
I
it.
think
Hey,
it started.
Miranda or Macy. Oh, thanks.
That was my
Here we
fault.
go. Here we go.
Thank you.
So it's on page 141 of this packet, but obviously it's page 63 of the document itself. And just kind of a quick summary of kind of how the rating system was created. But basically, there's a figure associated to each of these locations, and they are in order from lowest to highest, no particular order, just how we created the figures originally. Then there's a priority ranking system that identifies what are priority projects. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff that's kind of in the middle. There's not a whole lot that require immediate attention, but then there's also really nothing that requires a huge timeline between getting the work done. So I've worked with Emmett and his team, and we've basically kind of come to a conclusion on each of these locations to try to identify what is what's in the near term and then what's in the far term. So then we've identified the year that we can project that work to be done, and the cost, which is also shared on the opinion of probable costs that are included in this report as well. So there's more information on each of these items. This is just kind of a quick summary. So what we have identified as higher priorities, Navajo Trail being one of them. If you guys are familiar with that road, it's just a very steep gravel road, and the western ditch is constantly kind of eroding down the hill. So it's just one that tends to be a continuous issue for the town, just due to the fact that it's on very steep terrain, and a lot of that sediment that washes down just ultimately fills the culverts, but then discharges out towards the highway. So that's higher on the list. Let's see. The East First Street parking lot, identified as year 2025. It's kind of a smaller, like I said, lower hanging fruit that we feel could be knocked out and could be accommodated due to the budget. Obviously, there's some bigger ones in here this budget looks massive, but this is the bridge over Middle Boulder Creek, and that was on, that's been identified for years. So we've kind of pushed it out, knowing that at some point that is a demand for the town to complete. Moving on to the next sheet, Pine Street, Jefferson Street, and Spring Street, that whole area is kind of a continuous issue. Just above that, Tilden Street, Spring Street, same thing. In Old Town, everything just kind of drains. I mean, all of Old Town, in a sense, has some issues with drainage concerns in that area, just due to the nature of the existing conditions out there. There's not a lot of roadside ditches. The culverts are kind of shallow in nature, so they tend to clog as well. So that area has obviously been identified as kind of a priority that will be constantly addressed, and hopefully we'll be able to prioritize some of those projects in the near term. And then the last one, obviously there's a lot in Big Springs, but as a lot of us know, that Big Springs is a continuous effort to maintain those areas. But there are smaller projects such as the Doe Trail and Alpine Drive location that we've identified as potentially being done earlier, whereas some of the other Big Spring stuff is just going to take some time, and hopefully, so in the it's all, obviously everything's a priority, but the timeline for these are kind of pushed back later in 2020 or so. And Emmett, I don't know if you want to speak to any of these. I know, you provided a lot of the insight into what went into kind of categorizing these and helping us to determine what the town also sees as a priority. So if you want to jump in and add anything.
Yeah, I don't think I have too much to add. I think largely the timeline was developed with cost in mind, and I figured the projects with the lower cost associated to them could be done the soonest. So that was a motivator behind the timeline for me. I figure it's realistic to prioritize one project a year over the next 5 years, and we'll see where we're at after 5 years, how far we've come. But I think just one a year is probably the most we should try to achieve, just based on the cost associated with them. And yeah, ideally we do these projects ourselves, but that's obviously dependent on or the resources available to us, staff and equipment, and just the means and the funds, I guess. So I think that's all I have to add to that. We will prioritize these areas to the best of our ability.
I'm sorry, where in the packet can I find the list of priorities for these projects? I'm not seeing it.
141 of the
Okay.
404. So the table.
Can I ask a quick
Second
question?
column tells you the priority rank.
Yeah. For the projects that's slated to be completed, oh, it all went away. In 2023, have those been included in the 2023 budget as of now?
So Rena was actually just texting me about that. We're actually gonna make a request of the Board of Trustees to use American Rescue Plan funds for these projects, because Trustee Blakemore, thank you to her, did identify that these types of projects would be eligible under that. And so while Emmett does have funds set aside for, of course, like road base and asphalt, we'd like to leave that for other projects and pursue, and we'll bring back a request for you for ARPA funds.
Right, so that, the Navajo Trail washouts then, that we're gonna look to fund with ARPA.
Correct. That will be our ask of you. Whether, our ask is going to be fully funded, or at least maybe looking at a partial split, majority going to ARPA and then town taking up a portion. But I do think that's an appropriate use. And then as the infrastructure bill money starts to roll out, we can start to assess where that might also become a funding source for this. So I don't think that everything outlined in the MIP, both section 5 as well as all the utility sections, need to be covered with town funds. I think there are many funding opportunities before us that could take on a lot of these projects.
That's a really good point, Miranda.
What's that?
Nathan said something, I'm not sure what it was.
I don't know. I hope that was support, but I'll take it.
I have a question for Nathan or Emmett. Have you looked at the trade-offs of the maintenance costs for the dirt roads and the drainage versus paving? Should we be paving some of these roads and then it would cost us less in the long term? I'm asking if that's true and if it's something that you've considered.
Absolutely. We have considered it with the town having paving equipment at this point. It's more advantageous to start looking at trying to pave areas. Obviously, I think the town can do it for much cheaper than hiring a contractor to pave. And so that is something we have taken into consideration. Obviously, there's a few costs associated with gravel roads. There's continuous maintenance, whether it's, cleaning out the ditches, cleaning out the culverts, and then dealing with the dust suppression, and that stuff just kind of adds up over time. And so we've kind of looked at those costs, but it's hard for us to put an exact number to, how much does the town spend, on specific locations each year versus what it would cost to pave it, because obviously paving is a solution that typically relieves a lot of the ongoing maintenance. It is a very big upfront capital cost. And so I think it's something that we will continue to kind of look at and address with Emmett and his team, just to see, if we're able to start checking off a few items on these lists and the budget is available. And I think Miranda made a good point that, this is not all funding that I think needs to come from the town, because there are lots of grants and loan programs out there that are available, especially for mountain communities like Nederland that will help support a lot of these projects. So we'll keep an eye on those, and if funds present themselves that allow for that upfront capital to do the paving, I think that is likely the path of least resistance, because that'll help solve a lot of the problems that the town currently faces.
But you still have to do a lot of this stormwater management prior to paving anyways, like with some of the stuff that happens underneath the road.
Yeah, obviously the town receives a lot of runoff, whether it's from, obviously the snow melting now. There's a lot of groundwater that seeps through the town as well. The ditches and swales that are currently out there, if they're unvegetated, which most of them are, they tend to see a lot of migrating soil, and that's just always, going to be a bit of a factor in Nederland. I think, it's not just the rain that's a factor, but it's also the wind. It moves sediment around. And, if you're, for example, driving through Big Springs, you kind of look at the drainage ditch below you and you can look up the hill, and, there's not a whole lot holding that soil back. You can chase it up the hill quite some ways, and it's not like you find a vegetated, hillside that's going to prevent erosion. So some of those are just, areas where, it's just part of, the terrain that's out there that are hard to mitigate. So I think stormwater is always going to be a factor, and we are looking at different options to kind of help improve the stormwater condition. We looked at options to do kind of a quick fix versus a more modest fix and then a robust fix. You know, robust being, you know, we're going to try to prevent any future maintenance being done, but also the most expensive. And we've kind of weighed those options on each of these sites to see where we can apply one of these fixes to certain areas, especially when it comes to the ditches, culverts, and just general drainage in the area.
So I guess, I mean, so you would have to do some fair amount of expenditure just into stormwater management on roads that would ultimately be paved too. Like gravel roads, we still have to do a fair amount of stormwater management, and you know, work on the road, whether we end up paving it or not. That's what I'm asking you. Paving it would be cost on top of this cost is really the reality.
Yeah, there is I mean, as you go through and pave things, you know, we want to look at, you know, doing any drainage improvements while we're there. You know, it's easier to dig up a dirt road now and put a culvert in if it's necessary, as opposed to coming back through and putting a culvert in once there's pavement on the road. But you know, ultimately, you will alleviate, I would say, a decent portion of the maintenance needed because you'll kind of create a preventative roadway that is going to prevent soils from migrating into the ditch as much as a gravel road would. But there is always going to be a certain amount of ongoing maintenance required for stormwater infrastructure in general. But it'll be much lower with a paved road.
Is there any good like vegetation strategies on some of those side hills, whether the road ends up paved or not? Like types of vegetation can be used in a climate like this to stabilize soil more?
It's a little challenging. You know, it's tough because, you know, the vegetation takes, you know, years to really take root and develop, you know, a good, you know, robust drainage swale. I think Conger Street is probably the best example of a vegetated swale in town, or at least one of the better ones. That street does have a really well-established swale, but the, you know, areas on Navajo Trail, for example, you know, with the soil conditions, you know, how sandy they are and how rocky it is, it would be very hard. So we'd look at more of like a riprap type solution to help, you know, prevent erosion. And then also with the steepness out there, you know, we're not just trying to prevent, you know, the drainage isn't all the issue, but it's also just the erosion that kind of gets washed down the hill. And we need to, you know, kind of create some kind of energy dissipation device, and riprap, you know, or angular rock in general can kind of help that, but also provide like a natural look to the area, but would be tough to vegetate, I think, in the long run.
Nathan and Emmett, can we talk about 3rd Street Beaver Creek Apartments? What needs to be done there? And isn't that private property?
It is. And you could probably, I'll just kind of give a quick summary. We did meet on it last week, and I think it's been something that will be a shared repair. There is room for the town to do some improvements out there, but I think we kind of came to the conclusion that it's a, you know, slightly an isolated issue because Beaver Creek, you know, they have their own issues on site, but the problem is they have an issue discharging back into public infrastructure in that area. So, Emmett, you could probably speak to that in more detail.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree that the problem lies more on their property than it does in our right of way. And I think the amount of stormwater that is coming from our right of way is negligible compared to what they're experiencing just based on the location of the property. So I don't think too much town funds should be exhausted fixing an issue on private property that's just a product of where the apartments are built.
Okay. So
Emmett
go
Jesse
ahead.
said it has his hand up for a really long time now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jesse, I can't see all the people.
I was wondering, Nathan, we had a really great meeting with Andrew from your firm there, at the wastewater treatment plant as well as the water treatment plant. And in the course of that meeting, we kind of realized there was an opportunity to generate some Class A compost from our wastewater treatment plant, which could go a long ways to help establish some revegetation along some of these hillsides and some reduction of runoff and erosion. And just curious if that's gotten into the MIP anywhere at this point or not, to just do that upgrade to the wastewater treatment plant so that we could take that final step, because I understand we're generating Class B compost at the moment, and with one more step towards some added value, one more step of added value on our wastewater treatment plant, we could get a Class A compost which could be applied to food crops. And I would love to see that happen. And it sounded like Andrew was pretty optimistic that we could see that happen and probably secure some funds for that. And do we have that in there, or can that be added?
I just want to clarify that that's not a section 5, that this update is specifically to section 5, which would be drainage and culverts. What you're asking for, Trustee Severs, is a part of the utility sections of this plan, and there is reference to it. We have budgeted too for Andrew Sparn and his team, because Nathan is our
Gotcha.
Nathan, what is structural engineer. And so it's Andrew Sparn and his team that would do the biosolids, and it wouldn't actually be a part of this section 5
Sure.
update. But yes,
Okay.
confirming that we did in fact budget the funds so that we can do that update to the biosolids study next year and continue to pursue that. So that is just slightly different from this.
Great. And I do have a comment on section 5 then too, if that's, apology for jumping ahead there.
Absolutely.
Pertaining
And
to streets.
I will add that I have, discussed that with Andrew Sparn. Obviously, I think when that becomes available, we'd love to talk and figure out what, if anything can be used with the town, because that would be a great solution, especially in some of these areas needing a more compost-like material to just kick off the vegetative process.
Mm-hmm. Great. Pertaining to streets and drainage, I had a great meeting with Emmett the other day, and when it comes to maintaining the streets, I think of it a lot, and the drainage. When you watch a sports game, and it could be a great game, or it could be a lousy game, either way. But it's incredibly rare that the viewers, those entertaining the game, will sit back and say, "Hey, the referees did a great job in that game, and I really liked it when the ref did this and that." And I think of the streets maintenance in a similar fashion. I feel like people will love to get on Emmett's case if there's a pothole in the street, but if the streets are being well maintained, it's rare that we as consumers and just sort of the general public will stop and think like, wow, this is such a nice freeway that I'm driving to New Mexico on. And I just really appreciate all the hard work that these highway people who built this freeway did. And I just appreciate that so much. And but if there's road construction and that highway is getting rebuilt for some reason, and there's major traffic delays, we're sure quick to get irritated. And I was just kind of reading through the comments from our survey results, and one of the comments stood out to me when it was saying something along the lines of, that the town has such a hard time just managing what we are doing. The annexation should be the least of our concerns. And I feel that the streets are really kind of a reflection of how well we're doing on that. And, for now being, I believe, either the highest or one of the highest sales tax districts in Colorado, or if not the county, I feel that we really have no excuse to not have our streets be maintained in tip-top condition. And I don't feel that it's for lack of Emmett putting in a good effort and his staff putting in a really strong effort. I see them out there working hard every day. And I feel that it really comes back to us as a BOT and prioritizing streets and making sure that Emmett has the guidance and funding and budget from us to maintain the streets in tip-top condition. And I think that comes down to making sure that we're giving him a budget for paving. I would love for us to not have any potholes in our any of our pavement in town, and for us to not only maintain that level of quality of our pavement that exists now, but also to point it out and to have Peter say, "Hey, did you guys notice that there's a very low instance of potholes in this town at the moment?" And pave more of our streets as well. We have great paving equipment now, and that's a recent acquisition of the town, so we can really cost effectively pave our streets. And also to make sure that Emmett has really great mechanical support. You know, I was talking to him about maintaining our older equipment. I'd like for him to have newer equipment in general, and for us to follow Eric's advice and having a schedule for kind of renovating our equipment fleet. But not only that, you know, Emmett has to stop and take an interruption from what his focus is and what his specialty is of maintaining our streets, and stop and do a repair. And doing the types of repairs that these heavy equipment requires is a whole separate parallel career track. And I would like for us to find a way to create budget for Emmett to have mechanical support. I would really love to see, maybe not this year, but in the future, whether it's this year or at some point in the future, for him to have a full-time mechanic to maintenance just the 10 pieces of heavy equipment that Emmett and I sat there off the top of our head and realized that he has to maintain in tip-top working condition at all times. You know, our equipment should be 100% mission ready at all times, because there's emergencies that come up. There was just one last week. And, you know, if one of our equipment or two of our equipment broke down because, you know, we're falling behind on maintenance, that would have been bad. And so I think if we are not able to supply Emmett with a full-time mechanic, that we should also consider providing Emmett with some budget money so he could hire a mobile maintenance tech, a service truck, a field service truck on occasion throughout the course of the year. And so I'm all in favor of paving and making sure that we're doing good paving and giving Emmett plenty of budget to work with so that he can maintain our streets in tip-top condition, and celebrating that with our social media and pointing it out.
So as far as the mechanic is concerned, could that be a person that's shared between parks and streets?
I think it should be all of our equipment, all of our
Fleet.
mobile assets in town.
So what would that be? It would be the street equipment, the trail equipment, anything else?
Even the police cars. I mean, we have a state-of-the-art shop right now. We're going to make sure it's heated well this year. And we invested heavily in building a very nice shop for the town. And I think we need to leverage that by having top-notch mechanical staff on hand and maintaining all of our trucks and equipment at 100% mission ready at all times.
So instead of taking them to a service station, we would do the maintenance on all the vehicles ourselves. Is that what you're proposing?
I think we would prioritize our heavy equipment first and foremost, and then as we develop and advance in that capacity, then yes, we can start taking on some of our over-the-road equipment. But yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Do we have that in the budget?
We have budgeted for a new streets employee. I have not had a chance to talk to Emmett about it, so I'm not sure. You know, I do, in my opinion, that mechanic maybe needs to be above and beyond, because streets is still short one operator. And Emmett, I don't know how you feel, but I do think there's value in still having that direct operator, not just someone who works on the equipment.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the higher priority to have, you know, a staff of operators first and foremost. But I do agree with Jesse's point that it is very time consuming maintaining our own equipment. So in the long run, I do think it'd be advantageous to have a dedicated mechanic or a fleet of equipment that comes with warranties.
I have a question about the paving that a couple of trustees are encouraging. What causes the potholes in the paved roads that we currently have? And is it easier to fix potholes in pavement than it is to fix potholes in dirt? Or what is your take on that, Emmett?
Well, the asphalt we currently have in town is very old. I mean, I'd say it's probably 30 years old, and it's in a deteriorating state. And at some point, the cost of maintaining it is more than just replacing it. And I do think it's easier to maintain the asphalt than it is dirt. It's far less time consuming. But the asphalt that we have throughout town is at the end, it's at the end of its useful life. And I think we do need to consider replacing it in the near future.
So like priority then is replacing the asphalt that is currently about 30 years old versus paving new areas of town, in your opinion?
I mean, yes, I would prefer to maintain what we currently have before expanding the asphalt that needs to be maintained.
Okay, that makes sense.
Throw a little bit more information in terms of, you know, what does create a pothole and what, you know, what causes asphalt to fail. You know, in general, I think 20, if not 30 years is the expected lifespan of asphalt. 30 is pretty much pushing it. What you start seeing over time is, you know, and especially in a climate like Netherlands where you get, you know, a big variation in temperature swings. It's the freeze thaw cycles that can really do some damage to asphalt. But over time, as it begins to crack, and you'll see alligator cracks, you'll see it kind of crumbling. Those areas in asphalt, they allow water to basically infiltrate into the subgrade below the asphalt. You know, when water gets in there, it freezes and expands, and it starts just to kind of keep pushing and heaving on the existing asphalt. And you know, over time, it doesn't take but a few years. It'll just start to crumble and kind of fall apart. So, you know, you'll notice in town, especially if you're driving on a dirt road. I think a dirt road is usually a pretty good example. When you drive through shadows or where you know there is a shadow, such as a tree or a building that's blocking the light, you'll notice in those areas you'll typically see potholes, and that's where water is kind of being, you know, water is being is kind of staying there because sunlight is not necessarily evaporating it or just drying the area up. So you'll start noticing that potholes will form, and it's really hard to repair those, even in gravel, unless you basically regrade the road and kind of you know, kind of move all the gravel just to put gravel back inside of a pothole to try to fix it. It usually just kind of it doesn't compact well with each other. But a lot of it has to just do with the amount of, obviously, demand on the infrastructure that's in the town. A lot of vehicles going in and out, you know, heavy vehicles going up and down the roads. They start pushing on the asphalt, cracks are formed, water gets under the road. compromises the subgrade. And, asphalt is basically a product of how good the subgrade is beneath it. So once that subgrade is compromised, asphalt is flexible pavement. It will move and it's going to kind of bend and crack, whereas you see concrete's a rigid pavement. It's not going to do that, but obviously much more expensive. But that's kind of one of the driving factors towards why asphalt fails, and kind of the lifespan of it is that just over time, water is kind of the enemy to the integrity of the asphalt unless maintained.
So Nathan and Emmett, do we have a plan to repave the asphalt roads that are 20 to 30 years old?
Yeah, I know, and it's got a.
I mean, I've been trying to chip away at them. I can't say that I have a documented plan, but I mean, I have focused on repaving the highest priority areas, such as School Road and Big Springs Drive. And beyond that, I've spoke to paving South Jefferson Street because that's one of the most dilapidated asphalt roads in town, and also North Jefferson. So I would like to prioritize, overlaying the asphalt that we already have.
Should that be in the master infrastructure plan?
We have some notes about it, but we haven't identified areas that the town wishes to pave in detail. But that's certainly something that we could add to the document if that helps, kind of wrap things up. So yeah, Emmett, I can speak to you offline and just kind of come up with a kind of a paving plan that we can incorporate and assess kind of the future of what is feasible.
Yeah, that sounds good.
For the heads up on the ARPA funds, Karen, appreciate that. Miranda, that's a good thing to remember. And then what about IIJA, the infrastructure funds? Are they online yet, or are they like accessible? What's our potential with those?
I actually have a call tomorrow about them. Yes and no. There's still a lot of confusion about IIJA and specifically how it's going to be distributed. I know that DOLA can provide some of the match funding, but a lot of us are confused. And so, just continuing to try to assess. I will say if we go for IIJA, we need to go for millions. You're not going for IIJA funds for a couple $100,000. Like these are your large scale infrastructure needs. And so for me, it's multiple projects in Section 5. It is, a lot of the components that we've identified for utilities, and we bundle it together as we pursue those funds. So I don't have a ton of information now, but I do expect in the next month or two to be able to have a better plan of how we approach pursuing that funding that's available, especially water. I would say water has a pretty hefty funding pool, less so in wastewater, and I'm not as familiar as just kind of this general infrastructure, but it's out there. And so I do think we'll work with JVA to prepare kind of our portfolio of sorts of how we want to seek funding for multiple projects.
Has the state secured the money? I mean, are they doing it like the ARPA where it's like the states get the money?
Yeah, and there's still some confusion about how much they're getting and is it hundreds of thousands, millions, what is it? And so I would say yes, the state is definitely keeping their pulse on it, but there are still some inconsistencies about how we apply, how we seek full match from the state, because that's one of the cool things about IIJA is the town does not need to come with a match. But what does that process look like? And so there are a few pieces that need to be sorted out, and I attend all the seminars that are available. And so once we're really ready to kind of pull the trigger on that, so to speak, then we'll get with JVA to make sure that we're involving all components in the MIP that are urgent, so that we come with a well-funded package that we present.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
yeah, I think the way to approach, I've been following those grants, and I think the way to approach it is to first have the projects that you want to fund, and then look for funding. And you can go directly to the feds for the funding. And I believe the state match is for communities that have limited resources like ours.
Correct. Yep. Yeah.
Smaller communities. So that's for the state match. So, something like a reservoir would be a great thing to go for. Something like expansion of our waste treatment facility, a new water treatment facility, something big, an underpass, a pedestrian underpass, a bridge across Middle Boulder Creek would be FEMA funds. So I would say, to first identify our need, which is what you were saying, Miranda. But I'm not sure about bundling. If there's like a big project that we want to do, we don't have the funds for it, then go look at the grant funding. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah, so once we have a little bit more information and feel like I have a better pulse on IIJA and how we can use it for town, we'll bring it back to the Board of Trustees. But I do agree with Trustee Blakemore. These are going to be your multi-million-dollar projects. And so, there are things in the MIP where you see under utilities, 1.5, $2.5 million projects. Those are opportunities where we do take things out of MIP in addition to maybe the newly identified needs, and we start to fund those projects that will be very challenging for town to do without some sort of loan. So more to come. Long story short there.
I'd just like to say thanks to Emmett for putting this together. Thanks to Nathan as well. This is exactly the kind of thing that I think we need to see. Exactly the kind of thing that I'm always asking for. And so I really, really appreciate this. It's great to be able to know what our priorities are, know what your priorities are, and to kind of piggyback on what Trustee Seaver said. Emmett, I just have a request that you continue to keep us updated about what it is that you need. And what resources you need to get these projects done in the time frame that you've specified here. I want to work to get you those funds and to get you those resources, to get you that mechanic. So if we know that you need it, we'll be able to find it for you. So that's my only request, is that we keep this going and keep this kind of communication going, and give us those lists that we need to fund, and we'll put them in the budget for you.
Job
I
last
will
weekend,
keep
Big
that
Springs Drive.
in mind, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, great job last weekend, Big Springs Drive.
Yeah, I agree with what Jesse said, that the streets maintenance and upgrades are really important. It's what I hear the most about from residents, are the streets. And sometimes it's like, well, it was great they got out here and they plowed the snow and got the streets cleared so quickly, and then other times it's drainage problems and clogged culverts and potholes, and so it's really visible to our citizens, and I think it's a priority for them to have well-maintained streets. So thanks for everything you do.
Thank you both, Emmett and Nathan. Also second what Eric was saying. Appreciate the plan. Appreciate your guys' work and the role that you're playing in the town. And I value it tremendously.
Great. Very much agreed.
Mayor Billy, I just want to remind you about
Thanks,
the public
everybody.
comment.
Thank you. I keep forgetting, we're so busy making our own comments. I'd like to open this up to the public. Does anyone have a comment they'd like to make regarding the master infrastructure plan? You have 3 minutes. Any plans? Star 6, if you're talking and you aren't responding to you.
Mayor Billy, maybe while we're waiting, I think one of our questions is, do you want this brought back to you for official approval? Or is the board comfortable giving kind of that nod of 4 that Emmett and Nathan will take this offline, adding in the asphalt component, and then we will upload the final document to the website? I personally feel like that's probably fine, but would love to know if the BOT would like this back.
What does everyone think? I mean, I think handing it off to Emmett and Nathan is definitely the next step, in my opinion. And as to where it goes from there, what are folks thinking?
I'm comfortable with that.
I'm comfortable as well.
So am I.
Maybe, Emmett, you could just link to it in your staff report next month so that everyone knows where to access the updated report.
When you said website, I appreciate that. Karen is giving us a thumbs up. Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. So moving on to our next item, which is Tabor. The Tabor ordinance starring Jennifer Madsen.
So congratulations, all of your ballot questions passed, and by a huge margin, really. So in your packet are some draft ordinances related to those 3 different ballot questions. You've got a sales tax increase, $2 increase for the lodging occupation tax, and then a retail marijuana special sales tax. For the sales tax increase, it was approved was 0.25%. And in the ballot language, it was earmarked for essentially law enforcement purposes or other lawful municipal purposes. So one of the questions that I have for you tonight, and maybe we can talk about these each individually, is whether you want to create a fund for law enforcement, similar to what was done for the lodging occupation tax for Health and Human Services Fund.
What's the plus of doing that versus taking it from the general fund?
Well, the money would go into the general fund, the revenue would go into the general fund anyways.
Right.
And then it would need to be transferred into a law enforcement fund. Then there would be, you'd have your transfers in and then your expenses from the law enforcement fund. One of the things that I could see as a concern for that is probably the 0.25% is not going to cover your law enforcement expenses. And so
Right.
you would need to still have your law enforcement expenses would be broken up into really 2 different places. So I could see it being an accounting issue for Rita. And, I don't know that would work in terms of having all the money there. The one thing that it does do, a plus to have a separate fund, is it does provide some transparency in terms of the allocation to the law enforcement fund, and here's what it's being spent on, rather than just all of the money going into the general fund.
My point of view at this point is we don't know what it's going to cost. We don't know. We kind of think we have a budget for law enforcement. We don't ultimately know what it's going to cost. I don't see that segregating it is going to be a smart thing to do at this point in time. It's obviously all of it's going to get used. if we decide to rebuild a police department. So I think we're creating an accounting problem where we don't need to have one. Especially given the way the ordinance is read.
Yeah, I'd be in
So-
favor of not
This one, yeah.
separating it.
Go ahead, Eric. I didn't hear you.
Sorry, Nicole was saying something.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of not separating them. Just as my
I
own
am
personal
also in
point of
favor
view.
of not separating them. Yeah.
So the streets fund, currently we have a streets fund, which doesn't, it doesn't cover all of our streets expenses. So
Right.
the wages come out of the general fund. I'd be in favor of mirroring that, just so it's really clear that the money is going towards what the voters were voting for. I mean, even though it said other lawful expenses, at the very top was law enforcement, and people were voting for law enforcement, is my understanding. So I would prefer to see it as a separate fund for law enforcement.
Yeah, I
Well,
agree with Karen.
I would like there to be a separate fund for law enforcement. It just feels like this is not the
Time.
moment to do it. Like, I want to do that. I want to establish a separate fund for almost all of our departments. I think that's the correct way of doing things. But right now, it seems very difficult to do that effectively with law enforcement because we effectively don't have law enforcement, and there's so many unknowns and things up in the air. Like the way streets work is sort of like materials kind of come out of the streets fund and wages come out of the general fund, that we wouldn't be able to mirror that with law enforcement as it stands because those costs don't subdivide so easily. So I agree on principle. I just don't think this year is the year to do it.
Well, if we don't rebuild the police department and we continue to use Boulder County Sheriff's Office, there is a cost associated with that. There's and those costs could come. Some of them could come from the law enforcement fund. So that's my opinion.
But we've always funded our police department without a special fund to do
Mhm.
so. We've always funded it out of our general fund. So I don't see a real precedent, but this is just my point of view.
I mean, there's something that we could do, correct me if I'm wrong, Attorney Madsen and Miranda. It feels like we could allocate revenues from the general fund to the police department fund if we were to create one, a law enforcement fund of some kind each year. So what we could do is for now put it into the general fund and then create a process for allocating funds to the law enforcement fund. Would that make sense? Kind of like how we each year decide how to split the HHS between law enforcement and the Housing and Human Services Fund.
That can definitely be done. Is that if you decide you don't have to decide tonight, but if you decide later to create a law enforcement fund, you could, and then at any point in time during the year, you could do a transfer into the law enforcement fund based on, whatever you decide, a portion of money from the general fund. One thing to point out for the streets is that fund was created because the 0.25% tax that was approved was only for streets, no other municipal purposes.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it didn't have like any other lawful purposes or whatever? Didn't have
Correct.
that on that?
Okay, I get that. If we do have a law enforcement fund, we're really offsetting those expenses in the general fund. So really, it doesn't. I mean, law enforcement costs $1 million a year, and this tax is bringing in $150,000 a year, approximately. So it will always offset expenses back in the general fund. So I guess given what Attorney Madsen just said, I'm fine with not having a separate fund for the police department.
I've got a question for you, Miranda. How does this money stream in over the next year? Does it, I mean, does the 150,000 come in evenly quarter by quarter, or how does it get allocated to us?
So sales tax comes to us monthly, but that's a better question for Rita, who is on here. So I'm going to kick it over to her. You know, we see sales tax on a monthly basis, and so we'll be able to have a general idea of what this increase does for us month over month. But we are always 1 month in arrears. But I'm hoping,
Arrears, okay.
Rita, if you're there.
Yes, let me start my video. So actually, sales tax is received 2 months in arrears. And so, yes, exactly. And so therefore, obviously, if in 2023, I get it monthly, you know, and it won't be obviously split up between the increase of the 0.25. It'll just hopefully be more each month than the previous year.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but we won't start to see it really, it's not going to hit Q1 all that much. If we're 2 months in arrears, we're going to start to see it in Q2.
That is correct. So let's see, in March, what I receive in March will be for sales tax revenue in January. That is
Okay,
correct.
got it. Okay. And then we have a fair amount of cyclicality, Rita, from month to month. We have a lot more sales taxes come in the summer. Is that true?
Yes. Yeah. And when we get into the budget, you'll see that, you know, that slide that I show you with monthly sales tax being received. That's where you can see that as well.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Jennifer, what's the next thing we have to think about?
Okay, so for that one, I'm really hearing no law enforcement fund. I just want to let you know that the ordinance will come back with a change to another section of code, which is 4-57. I had to do some research on that section of code, and it is outdated. The percentages and allocation of use of revenues that goes into the general fund is not correct. So that needs to be updated, and that will be in the next version of the ordinance. The next one is the STR increase $2. I don't have any specific questions on that one. It's ordinance 832 that was in your packet. So no questions from me really, unless you have changes.
I have a question. This is Tanya. Should we bring it back to 50%, as was originally intended? 2 years ago, we previous trustees changed it to 1% for police enforcement and 99% to health and human services. But I'm thinking that now that it's doubled, we could easily go 50-50 and it wouldn't affect the health and humanities
We
fund.
make that decision annually, and we actually have it, you know, as something we could discuss during the budget or now that, you know, before the end of the year, we do need to know how you want to make that split. But I
Right, that's why I'm
believe,
bringing it
and I'm
up.
about to look it up, that at least 51% has to go to health and human services. I think
Okay.
we can do a 51-49 split.
That's what I'm leaning towards. I mean, I don't know, since we're doing the budget now, it's probably to this meeting or next meeting we have to decide. So I'm just putting it up there as for people to think about, because since our police department is now costing us so much more than it did 3 years ago, not that this is going to be much of an impact at all, some uniforms perhaps, but it's still something. It's a gesture towards this rebuild that I think is important. That's my opinion. And it wouldn't
And I
really
will just,
affect. Go ahead.
sorry, Jessica, we do have Katrina Harms on, and she did prepare a statement for the packet that explains how they've historically used the funds, and she of course is here to answer any questions about the money that's been provided
And I'm
to
sure they
that
can
Health and
use
Human
it.
Services today.
Yeah. There's no doubt in my mind that it's going to be used, but I was just thinking, because the board was so adamant about rebuilding the police, that, you know.
Yeah, I think if we need it in the PD, then yeah, we should definitely consider it. But if the budget says we might not need it in the PD, then there's no point in reallocating, right?
Miranda, where is that 51% documented? I haven't been able to find that.
It's actually,
Oh, go ahead.
oh, sorry, it's in the code. It is in section,
Or 156.
right. And it's done, you do the allocation by resolution.
But we cannot, can we change the 51%?
Sure.
So currently it reads at least 51%, not more than
Is it-
99% of the revenue derived from the occupational tax on lodging shall be deposited into the Health and Human Services Fund. And then you've got which lists like all the components of that. And then it talks about how the remaining of the occupational tax shall be allocated to law enforcement services.
But that wasn't in the measure
ballot
that
question?
that
Or
that
I just
people
think it
voted
was, I think it was both Health and Human Services and law enforcement without a percentage.
on. Okay, I just wanted to, so we don't have to go with the 50-50 split.
From memory, I think that's right.
Okay.
So, but
Why
Jennifer,
did Miranda say we do?
right,
Yeah,
our
I'm
code
confused.
says
What's the
that it's a
question?
51% going to Health
What-
and Human Services Fund.
Why are you saying we have to and we don't? Not that I don't want to, I'm just saying, I'm confused.
So you would have to follow whatever the voters approved. So from memory, I believe that the ballot language was a $2 tax on short-term rentals, and the money will go to Health and Human Services and law enforcement without identifying a percentage. However, then the next step was the board implemented the Health and Human Services Fund and said in that ordinance and the code language that 50% of the money would be allocated at least to the Health and Human Services Fund. That can be changed by you because the voters didn't approve that percentage. So you can make that change to that 51%.
Right, but that would be by ordinance, not by resolution.
Right. Yeah,
Oh,
and I mean, the ideal time would be to do it in this ordinance right now, if that's something that you would want to do.
I mean, personally, I think 50-50 is fine. I don't feel like we have to change. That's me, though. 51-49 is all the same.
Well, I think I could make an argument for changing it. If you look at how the funds have been spent and allocated by the Health and Human Resources Subcommittee, there was $10,000 given to the affordable housing study, the housing needs assessment. And that money could have come out of our general fund or some other place. And then only $4,230 was spent this year since June. And it seems like there's other sources for the funds that they could distribute. And it is a nonprofit. It's not part of the town. So I could make the argument that we do need the money to run the town. And so perhaps we should not have that 50-50 split required. And since the police department got just 1% for the last 2 years, maybe we give the Health and Human Resources 10%, which would be $6,930, which is more than they spent this year distributing the funds. So I'm wondering how much they really need, and just putting it out there that perhaps we should change the allocation.
Do you want to make a comment on that? That the 6,900 whatever dollars you mentioned, Karen, is obviously on the budgeted amount. We have so far collected this year, I want to say around 16,000 instead of the budgeted 35,000. I just needed that to be clear. that obviously the numbers you mentioned, Karen, were based on the budgeted figures. So that could be one of the reasons why, as far as what Katrina, the breakdown she had given us, that is based on actual figures. They can only ask for what has been transferred out of the general fund into the HHS fund, which is the 99%.
However, they've only spent 4,230, and they have a balance of like 7,000 approximately. And the 6,930 is based on our expected revenues of
That is
about
correct.
34,000.
Well,
So
the
that's-
budgeted revenue. Yes.
Yes, yeah.
Is our money lower than last year then for STR reporting being reported?
Last year, we only did very partial year. It was a very minimal year. So it's this year that is the first full year. And yes, we are definitely not, well, and this is as of October, by the way, okay? In the financials, we can look at that. We are definitely not at 35,000 yet, which, we have a couple months left, but I just wanted to make sure you understood that.
I also want to remind everyone that occupational tax is due at the end of the following quarter. And so, like Q3 is not going to be due until the end of the year. So we're always going to be a little off in that sense. And Macy, if you want to jump in, but I know Macy is processing more short-term rental applications, which of course is going to translate into more occupational tax, but you're going to still see, you won't see the reflection of that increase in registration for a couple, 6+ months.
And actually, I just did process a whole bunch of them today. And as of today, we are at $20,000.
Okay. Well, and what Karen was talking about, I could be convinced, I suppose, to go 90-10, but I would want to change it from what it is currently. Sometimes we can, I don't know when we want to figure that out, but.
So am I understanding this correct? The ordinance reads 5149, but the board every year decides on really what the percentage will be for the following year. So is that how I am
So the
understanding it, right?
ordinance only says that 51% has to go to Health and
Minimum.
Human Services.
Right.
Minimum. It doesn't, and so then you can split it
Sure.
anyway up from there.
Okay. Got it.
Well, I'm personally not ready to, further limit the town's commitment to supporting people who need it in our community. We've had 1 year of this fund existing. To make some kind of referendum on it now doesn't seem to make sense. And there's so much that can be done that Katrina has outlined, I think, very ably in this document that we're all reading today. So I would keep it exactly as it is and wait until we have some, real history behind us to see what that fund is capable of.
I agree.
Mayor Billy.
I agree too.
Katrina would like to make a point of clarification. Would you welcome that, or would you prefer to wait for public comment?
No, she's
It's
welcome
relevant.
to make that clarification. It's definitely relevant. Probably.
Katrina, if you're there.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to clarify that we did spend over, I think it was $7,000. It's just that we had some other funding that covered it for half of the year. So I don't expect any of that need to go down. The emergency rental assistance program is ending. I'm already seeing requests, and EFA is already seeing requests for rental assistance as those emergency funds are ending. So I am happy to share, but I just wanted to clarify that we were lucky to have the money from United Way, but they've made it very clear that's not happening again. So even though we only spent 4,000 of the occupational tax funds, we did spend close to $7,000 or $8,000 in non-food related assistance last year.
Miranda, is there any federal money coming that might replace some of that?
don't necessarily have my pulse on that. I would say Katrina probably does more. I did speak with the Nederland Food Pantry's board president. You know, there may be opportunities where the town can partner with the food pantry, and definitely very open to supporting them in that way. I don't think town has done that in the last couple of years, and so we can pursue funding together. But the board president did also share that, of course, any funding we can provide is only going to help them to continue to supplement the support they're already providing, whether it's, you know, the full 99% or some percentage. It's valuable to them to keep getting that funding from us.
Okay. Yeah, I just think, you know, when we put something to the voters, I'd kind of like to spend it as the voters directed us to. It was, I didn't expect that to pass, frankly. It did. And I hate to deviate too much from what they thought they were voting for.
I have a question for Katrina. Do you think you could spend $34,000 in a year for of this occupational tax fund?
Year? I mean, we spent 4,000 last year. Actually, we spent over 7,000. I'd have to click screens and find the actual number, but it's in the report that I sent that says we spent over 7,000, and then also being able to help with the housing study from what we didn't spend in 2021. But
so
just based on the requests we have right now outstanding, yeah, it would be very easy to spend that in the next 6 months.
Okay, what I'm talking about is $34,000 a year.
34,000 from
the occupation tax. That's what we're looking at. Half of 68,000, approximately, about 34,000.
Sorry, I was hearing 3,400.
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
Yes, it
I
is.
don't know if we would ever be able to spend that. We do, our fund covers what EFA has a limit, and Canyon Cares has a limit as to how much they can give any individual in a year. And they often come back to us because when you have a $1,000 deposit and $1,000 first month's rent, that wipes out the cap that those organizations do. So we get called on a lot to cover when that cap doesn't. 34,000, it's hard to say. Things aren't going well. We're not looking now that the Congressional House hasn't passed. We're not looking at a lot of funding coming in from federal funds. So we're relying on what state funds have. And I would love to not have to spend anything because nobody needed anything, but it's hard to say. I'm happy to adjust what we have as a percentage. I think what we had been budgeting before works. And we're happy for, and we also have access to other funds. Yes, you are correct in that. So 34,000 is a lot. I'm not sure that's what we need. So maybe we can do a little horse trading here.
Oh, okay, great.
I just want to point out that the uses that Katrina is talking about are not the only uses of these funds that are possible or even called out in the ordinance. In fact, many of the uses of these funds are not doable right now because there's not enough of them, not because there's too much of them. So I think it would be worthwhile for people to review that ordinance. I think it was Ordinance 808 way back in the day, has a whole list of things that these funds are supposed to be used for, and we're allowed to use them as we see fit as a town board, right? Like we control those funds fundamentally. They could be used to fund a public shuttle service around town. They could be used to, because transportation is called out in there. They could be used to fund all sorts of programming for job training, career services, any kind of resource assistance, really, addiction services and things like that. So there's many things that these funds are allowed to be used for in town. And part of the reason why they haven't been is because there hasn't been enough of them to do any of that stuff with.
And we are working right now. We have a VIA bus that launched this week that is starting to provide transportation services to people, seniors, anybody. It's public, it's open, and we're not going to be able to fund that much for next year. So those funds could be used to extend that service. And we are also working with mental health and addiction stuff, given the situations and the things that have happened over the last week. I've had a lot of calls on setting up Narcan training and mental health services, and Boulder County has asked for mental health and social resiliency help in the mountains, and they want the mountains to be in charge of doing that, of setting up what works for them. So, I mean, I could use a lot more than what we've received, but I'm happy to work with town on how those may be allocated. It doesn't just have to be to the housing. And we have a housing crisis. We have the Peak to Peak Housing and Human Services Alliance has a housing committee that has been working on housing issues, and they could use that, and it could be helpful for them to be able to do more for their housing studies and housing programs.
Katrina, is it possible to get maybe like a list, or where you would see the prioritization of what you could spend, or like based off all those things that you were talking about, and the priority of what you could spend the money on?
And yeah, I mean, $34,000 is a lot more than what we had initially thought about or talked about. I mean, that's a lot different than the, $10,000-$15,000 that we had originally said, oh, this may come in from the occupational tax fund. So yes, there are a handful of programs that we could do and could help fund, and I'm happy to provide that to you
Seems
all.
like
from Peak to Peak is
the rental assistance, which is a niche you'll have to fill more than we have had to recently, will chew up 34 grand pretty quick, I would think.
When you're looking at what we're looking at is when people come to us or to Canyon Cares or to EFA, is landlords are requiring $1,000 at least deposit, and then a first month's rent, and then a last month's rent. That's $3,000 to $4,000 that people are asked to come up with just to move into a home, not to mention having the appropriate salary level. So those funds are really helpful. And I have to say, when I look at what those funds have been spent on, they have been spent on for families, people who are working in this community, who all of a sudden need a car fixed so they can get to work or not pay their rent or head to eviction. So this isn't people camping in Magnolia. These are neighbors. These are people who just living paycheck to paycheck, or their house has been sold and they found a place, but they can't move into it because they just don't have the $3,000 that it takes to move in. So that's kind of where we and Canyon Cares and AFA come together to say, okay, this is a family that's established up here, that's working, found a home. Let's fix this.
I did want to say we did budget $34,650 in 2022 for the HHS fund.
But
And
that's not what came through.
no, that's what I'm saying. We budgeted that back to that, but in reality, I am at $20,000 revenue and 99% of that will be coming to you guys, right? And then I also wanted to mention that if we left it at 51.49% for 2023, we budgeted 70,000, it would be $35,700 if we were to change to the 51%. So that's, even at 51%, that's a little slightly higher than what we budgeted for you guys in 2022. That's just for informational purposes.
Okay.
And I also want to say that we also have called out, I found the ordinance, right? So there are 8 areas that this fund is allowed to cover. One of them, there's household energy assistance, there's child care assistance and programs and services for children, there's support and assistance to people in, there's housing assistance, there's access to education, training, and employment assistance. There's a lot of things that this money can be used for. And when we have a significant amount of it, I think that it can be used more effectively. So the more we hamstring that fund, I think the less effective each dollar in it is going to be. So my position on this would be to make that fund as robust as possible and start using it towards all of these potential funding streams, rather than hamstring it so that we can't really use it for any of those things and we just kind of do a few housing assistance grants here and there.
And we are using it. We purchase RTD rides, we help with utilities, we help with car repairs. I mean, it is more than just housing for what that we're doing, but we can see that becoming more important going forward.
And I think what Eric
is
I
saying,
think,
go
ahead.
yeah, based on what you've said, Katrina, I'm in favor of doing a 51-49 split, since the voters did vote for both Health, Human Services and the Police Department. So I think that my recommendation would be not to change the ordinance.
But right now it's 99.1.
Oh, that's something that we can decide later
Yeah.
this year. We don't have to decide that right now.
Gotcha.
I think it's a good time. I know we got to get public comment, but I think we were going to touch on it. It sounds like one way or the other, it seems clear you could spend more money if you get it. We need to move on to the marijuana tax probably, if there's no more any questions on this, and then public comment.
So the marijuana tax, special sales tax on retail marijuana sales. The question with that one, it's ordinance 833. And with that, the issue is there was earmarking for parks and recreation programs and services and other lawful municipal purposes. So for this one, same question really as the sales tax increase for law enforcement. Do you want to create a special fund for the parks and recreation?
I mean, if we didn't
Yes,
do it for
I
the
do.
police, well, what's the logic if we didn't do it for the police? It's the same thing.
Basically, because the Parks and Rec is completely different, they can have basically a materials fund. They can have a fund to draw from to do the work that they're doing for maintaining the parks.
But wouldn't the money just go into their budget anyway?
It would work the same way as streets.
It's the same.
Well, I think the police department could have like materials too. They have their vehicles and they have computers and Narcon supplies, lots of different things. So I think we ought to follow the same protocol that we are following for the 0.25% sales tax.
You mean just today? We followed the protocol just today.
What?
Yeah, I just want to be consistent.
but we're just going to be consistent within one day. Like that doesn't mean anything. It's a completely different conversation. It's not the same conversation at all. We're being a bit absurd here now. We're making comparisons that don't exist. Like it's
I said the
logical.
same
for
thing.
us to
I,
have a
I
fund.
disagree. I don't see it as
What do you
being any
mean?
different.
We even said, I mean, most people even said we want a law enforcement fund, but this year is a bad year to do it because of the situation at PD. It's not a bad year to do it for parks. It's a different conversation. It's a different
Well,
situation.
Well, I don't know. I'm in favor of doing them both the same way. And
It's so
because
arbitrary, Karen. It's so arbitrary. It's not logical.
I'll put together an equation for it. It is logical.
In the end, it all comes down to wash, right? We're going to spend it on Parks and Recs and police are both the departments that are under budget right now, where we're running a deficit. So they're both going to get spent, no matter which way you put it in the fund. I agree with Karen. I kind of want them both the same, either which way.
Jesse, what do you guys think?
Well, I was gonna say,
Well, I think Eric makes a good point that Parks is a department that's operational right now, and police we're still trying to build that department. I guess I'm not fully understanding of the pros and cons of a fund versus no fund. What's the advantage of having a fund, dedicated fund for parks, Eric? You're arguing for this, and I'm inclined to align with you on it.
For me,
But I
it
need
helps
to know
parks.
why.
It helps parks build up a fund to save money for big projects. It helps parks know what their budget is year on year rather than just 1 year at a time. You can do much more long-term planning if you have your own fund that you're working from, and you can actually manage that fund. And furthermore, we have a PROSAB, Parks, Recreation, Open Space Advisory Board, that currently is has recommended time and again over the course of the meetings that I've been in, that we do have this fund so that they can help the parks staff manage how to use it in accordance with residents' desires. So I think for many reasons,
Also, it can generate revenue itself.
And
It can
parks
also
does
generate
generate revenue itself. Yeah, absolutely. And that revenue generated should go into a dedicated parks fund. So this would not be the only revenue stream that the parks fund would be accepting. So like I said, I think law enforcement should have a fund too, but it's not a fully operational department, and there's a lot of things up in the air. I prefer to make that happen next year and make a parks fund this year while things are going strong for parks. We're on a roll. Let's keep it going.
Yeah, let's establish a model with parks that we can then apply towards other departments when those departments are ready.
so I was just reading the ordinance, and one of the things that was like for streets was that it was very specific. It said this was only going to streets. With this Parks and Recs, it says Parks and Recs and other, what's the language? Other lawful municipal purposes. Was there any talk or idea, because that was before Nicole, of what other lawful municipal purposes was referring to? Or it was just that kind of catch-all for whatever might come our way? Anybody fill me in on that?
Yeah, I can say that part of it was a concern about not having flexibility in case that tax passed and another one didn't. And if we had locked ourselves in totally to parks when we were desperate for funding in other areas, then that would potentially been a problem. So it was to keep some flexibility there so that just in case, but that's not what happened. All of them passed. And so I think we are in a position to say 51% of that should go to a parks fund. The other 49 can go to the general fund and be used where it's needed. Parks, streets, or law enforcement, or whatever it might be. But I think this is the right moment to really make parks strong. We just, got the Ned rink and the tennis courts, and we're going to have revenue from that. I think that I think that it's appropriate to do it this year.
Okay.
Did
And
want to
just to
mention,
clarify, and just to hop on what you said, Eric, that there's still this split that can happen. You're not saying 100% of it goes to parks.
I think 51% minimum should go to parks, and that we should determine that by resolution every year, what the
Got it.
actual split is.
Okay, got it.
what I do want to mention then, if we're talking about percentages, so let's just assume the 120,000 in marijuana tax revenue that you're talking about, plus rink, and we'll get into that when we get into the budget. We had to reduce the rink revenue, right? So let's just say 120,000 marijuana tax, 33,000. So let's just say 160,000, give or take, revenue in for parks. Obviously, that does not cover by far the expenditures that we have in the parks department. Therefore, just like with the police department, we would definitely need to be transferring out of the general fund into this parks department fund to be able to cover all the expenditures. And also, obviously, a lot of unknowns in the parks department as well, right? For the first year, we had to guesstimate on a lot of these expenditures, and won't know really until we have a year behind us what that might look like as far as what we're budgeting versus actuals. So that's just a comment I wanted to make, just so everybody's aware that that would work the same way as we discussed earlier. It would definitely have to be coming out of the general fund transfer if we decided to create a parks department.
I'm not saying that any salaries should be coming from a parks fund, right? It should work the same way as the streets fund, where the streets, use that fund to, buy asphalt and things like that. And the same way parks would have their own kind of kitty that they can work with. And year on year, they can either build it up or spend it down, depending on what the next projects are. Rather than doing it all in the general fund, and every year, everyone being in the dark on what it exactly is they have.
Yeah, after this little conversation here, I'm in favor of a parks fund and putting all of the marijuana tax into that. We have the folks right now to manage that, whereas in the police department we do not. So even though we could have a police department fund and move some of the expenses over there, we really don't have the organization to manage that. Whereas in the parks, we do. And that would benefit the general fund. It's going to offset the costs from the parks in the general fund. So I would be in favor of that.
You would
Me
also
too.
take away the 120,000 revenue, so it balances out, right?
Say that again.
Well, you would also remove the $120,000 revenue that I budgeted for in the general fund, because you would move that into the park. So what Karen was just saying, it would even out, right?
Well,
So
it would even out in the sense that there's $120,000 of expenses for parks.
There is, or there isn't? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
There's $120,000 of expenditures for parks.
Yes, ma'am. That is correct. So we would take revenue and take expenditures, and the bottom line in the general fund would stay the same.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah. Thank you for explaining that.
It's literally all the same to me. We're gonna spend it. We're gonna spend more than it. So, however you guys want to divvy it up, it's all the same to me.
I'd be in favor of making its own fund, parks fund. And
I've been muted. Tom, what are you thinking?
I agree.
Me too. I agree, and
Cool.
I agreed on the no police fund either. So I'd like to open up the public comment. Anyone out in the public have any comments to make regarding our talk right now about the table ordinances? Hearing none, star six if you're still trying, but hearing none, we'll bring it back. Is there anything else? Let me look and see.
I have another question. So if we end up creating a new Parks Department, how is it determined what expenditures actually are going to be used in that fund? What I would move to that new fund? How's that work?
Ideally, if it could not be salaries and it'd be other things that parks are doing, that would be, I think, the best.
Materials.
You know, Miranda, can you?
Investments,
Trustee
materials.
Yeah,
Consistently,
I
I'm
like
having
that.
Can
a
you
very
mimic
hard
the
time
streets?
understanding you.
Can you mimic the way the streets does it?
Yes, Rita, I think we could talk about it offline with Nikki, but to me, it's parks and trails maintenance, it's equipment, it's some of those same big items that we see in streets, and I think we could work together to identify what's appropriate, and then of course bring that back to the board for consideration as a part of the public hearing.
Okay, that sounds good.
Actually, just also for a point of clarification, we'd need to create the fund as part of the ordinance, just like we have for the Health and Human Services Fund. And there's items I identified in the ordinance as what the expenditures can be, those categories. And so I will need help in coming up with those, identifying those categories for the Parks Fund.
Yeah, and some examples, I just pulled up the parks budget, right? Like $40,000 is going towards parks maintenance. In my opinion, that belongs in the parks fund. Trails and sidewalk maintenance. You've got the recycling, compost, zero waste, those types of services. There's kind of a whole chunk there that I think we of course can talk more about. But that to me, those items probably belong in that fund.
And then would all the revenue, every one of the revenues be moved?
I
I
don't.
would like to see them move.
I would think so, because they're parks related, they're maintaining the ice rink, and so fees from the ice rink should go into that fund.
Yeah, I just need some guidance on that.
Yeah, I
Since
think we need to take this
I've never
offline
done
because
this, so.
I'd like, because there's also one of the revenue streams for Nikki is special events, and to me that belongs in the general fund. So I do think maybe we try to squeeze some time in to work through that before we release this budget for public hearing.
Yeah, which.
Well, it can
we don't
also
have-
be done with the supplemental too.
Okay.
Okay.
We don't want to do that. We don't want to do supplemental. We want to do a one-time budget here. No, I do think we could look through that. Because that public hearing, we still have 2 weeks before that public hearing.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind everyone, says because ordinances are effective 30 days or more after the date of publication, BOT will need to approve these ordinances at our next special meeting, as Miranda said, in 2 weeks. We have an alternative for an emergency ordinance if needed. But so I feel like we are done with discussion. Jennifer, Miranda, do you need anything else? Rita, anything else from us?
I have what I need. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be talking more about all this during the budget as well, so
Yeah.
I'm good.
Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. All right, so moving on to BOT goals with Karen.
Can we take a bathroom break? We've
Oh, I
been
have
going
been.
too
Yes.
long. Okay, 5-minute break or something. All right.
Sure. We're pretty much gonna have to. Yes, go ahead and take it. I just have a question, Miranda. I think Macy had pulled us all 6:30 to 10:30. It is, we still have to make the motion to go past 10. I'm asking.
Good
do we-
question. Attorney Madsen, they made that.
I'm starting to fade, Bill. I would ask if maybe we could do draft budget next and not keep Rita online waiting much longer and then do goals after that.
Yeah, I was going to just suggest that, Tom. I like that idea.
Okay, then I'm game.
I'm with you too.
5 minutes.
I agree with you both. Thank you. Let's take 5 and then we'll come back and talk about budgets. Is everybody back?
Yep. Let's see, do we have a quorum?
I'm here. You're here.
I'm here.
Okay, I'm going to start with the motion to extend. Half hour.
Second. I'll second. You take the roll,
Okay.
Macy?
Trustee Blakemore,
Yes.
Trustee Sterling,
Yes.
Trustee Coombs Ismail,
Yes.
Mayor Billy,
Did I hear a yes?
Aye.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mahold,
Yes.
Trustee Severs,
Sorry, can you tell me what we're voting for again?
Motion to extend.
No.
Okay.
Trustee Corvalon.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you.
A bunch. We're gonna switch order of the last two discussion items for today and go right to draft budget 2023. And Rita and Miranda, start us out.
All right, so I think just for sake of time, this is in your packet. So I think we're just gonna do a super fast version of our PowerPoint and then maybe just ask that you hold your questions until we're done to be mindful of that. So tonight, we wanna just keep reviewing tax trends, revenue trends, so you're
Sardinia.
aware. Want to discuss the fund balance and reserves, talk about briefly about the expenditures, but really focus on the last couple slides that highlights all of the changes that have been made to the budget since we last met on October 25th. So I will start here with Rita.
Next slide. So here's the sales tax revenue slide I had talked about earlier. As you can see, we did receive one more month, and that is still leaving us at 1% over actuals when compared to last year. So we are recommending that we decrease our sales tax revenue from what we have originally budgeted at 3% to 1%. That has not been, that change, I have not done that yet in the budget we have in front of us. If we decide to change sales tax revenue down to 1% increase, that would be an overall decrease of sales tax revenue in all the funds of $43,000.462. And I have the breakdown how it would affect each fund. The biggest one being the general fund, it would decrease revenue by $21,731. So that is definitely something we need to talk about because we won't receive the next sales tax revenue until around December 8th to 10th. So I think we do need to make a decision what we want to do here. Next
What's
slide.
the reasoning that you're pushing the sales tax down?
Because Tom, if you look at the totals year to date so far on that slide, we're 1% still above what was what over actuals of 2021. It has not come up at all, really. It's actually the same as it's been for the last 2 months. It's just hovering around the 1% above what it was last year. That's the reason I'm recommending the change, and I believe it's more conservative to budget lower in the revenue than it is to budget too high.
Agreed.
Yes.
Rita, I'm looking at I looked at the budget before I sent this observation to Miranda a few days ago and have not gotten a response from her. But it's looking to me like the current budget is just 1% increase in sales tax. So
it is not. I budgeted at 3%.
Okay, well, let me go over the numbers with you then. Okay. 2021 Here, I'll,
I'm not
I'm
sure what
using
you're
my
referring to right
calculator.
now.
21, I will tell you, 109. Okay, so if we multiply 2021 full year sales tax revenue by 1.01, I get 2,194,840.09. I divide that by 2, and I get 1,097,420 and 4 cents. That would be the allocation for the general fund. Now, if we go to the detailed general fund slide, if you could pull that up, please. From Rita, from your Excel spreadsheets or your PDF. Okay, and go continue, please.
I think you're talking about the detail, right?
The detail, yes.
I don't have that pulled up. It's going to take me a minute to get to it.
So the detail in the general fund is at 1,254,154 now, which includes the increase of 135,000.
Can we see can we pull up the slide, please?
Yep.
Okay. So so the one that has the detail on the right-hand side, the red that you
Keep
this
going,
is not the
Miranda.
same as what you sent us earlier.
Yeah, you need to go to the detail, Miranda. I'll tell you when. Okay, you're getting there. Okay.
Okay.
Go back, Miranda. Back up. Keep going. There. Keep going up a little more. There you go. That's what Karen wants right there. Sales tax. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so so the sales tax revenue without the 0.25% increase is 1,097,420. That's with a 1% increase over 2021. So if I add to that 135,000, I get 1,232,420, which is very close to what you have here.
Okay.
So
All right. So
I'm saying that this is 1%, not 3%.
It is 3%. This is only the portion in the general fund. You have sales tax revenue in the community center.
I understand that. And
okay.
That's when I started doing the calculation. I went through that with you. I multiplied the sales tax revenue for 2021 by 1.01 and divided by 2.
Okay, I think we'll have to take that offline because obviously I have a formula and it's at 3%. So I'm not sure.
Well, this is very important if what you're saying is that our actual revenue is $400,000 less, then you know, we're working on false pretenses.
Karen, where is the $400,000 less coming from?
What did you say it would be less going from a 3% to a 1%?
It would be $43,000 less between all the funds. 43,000.
Okay, that's not very significant.
No.
Okay, I do. Okay then. Thank you for that.
Yep. Okay. I apologize if it was a total decrease would be $43,000 between all the funds.
Okay, that explains it.
Yeah, and it would be for the general fund, it would be $21,731 of a decrease. So really, not that much. Considering.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
All
okay,
right.
Thanks.
Yeah, you bet. Property taxes. Nothing has changed with that slide. That is obviously still an estimate, and we should be receiving the final by the end of this month. Estimated revenues at $612,924. Really nothing else to add to this slide. So next slide, Miranda. Thank you. Don't need to talk much about this. The town holds two separate type of funds, the government funds and the proprietary funds. And both of these funds have reserved funds that are included in the fund balance, which we talked about are held in separate bank accounts. The amounts have not changed since our last meeting. So we can move on to next slides, Miranda. To a general fund, please. One more. Great. So I won't get into details on each fund since we have slides towards the end of the presentations that state all the changes that have happened. I will just touch base on some of the bigger changes since our last meeting. And in the general fund, obviously, that is the 3 ballot measures that were approved. So I increased sales tax revenue by $135,000, marijuana tax by $120,000, and lodging occupation tax by $35,000 for a total of $290,000 in the general fund, which now, due to that, we are operating in the black. Operating differences at $271,611. And once we add in the capital expenditure of $336,043, we end up with a decrease in fund balance of $133,732. And again, I wanted to mention that sales tax revenue you see at the very top would be decreased by the $21,000. And then again, depending, sounds like we are going to be creating a parks fund. There will be obviously transfer to from other funds will be increasing, but then again, also revenue and expenditures really will be decreasing and shouldn't change the bottom line very much other than that sales tax revenue piece if we choose to do so.
So then we'd be looking at a change in net assets of about 150,000 or so.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
That is
Thanks,
exactly
Rita.
right. Yep. Next.
I always had a question about
yes,
why $40,000 is budgeted for the Board of Trustees.
I can answer that question. Let me go to the detail. Well, actually, let me just go to the detail. So the biggest one is obviously salaries at 15,800.
Wait. Okay, but where's the rest coming from?
And then next one is rent. We do a monthly entry of $525 for renting of the community center for the board meetings. That gets transferred out of this fund. That's also an expenditure. And then we have $8,500 goodwill payment to the food pantry that comes out of this fund. Those are some of the bigger ones. And then there's an annual membership dues for $3,600. Conference training is budgeted at $2,000. So Trustee Corvin, if you look at the detail, it's under 1011 is where all the different line items are for the board.
Okay.
Then that will explain every line item, what is being charged to that.
All right, great.
So anything that starts with 1011, so you have about 12 line items that make up that amount. Are you okay now?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Okay. All right, Miranda. Okay, community center, nothing much has changed. That pretty much stayed the same, other than some slide changes, which we will be talking about at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. In the water fund, we did add an expenditure for $30,120 for water rights. And that is what changed the operating difference. That is now at obviously decrease of $97,337. And once we add the other sources of cash and other expenditures, the overall change to the fund balance is a decrease of $112,788. I had mentioned to Trustee Blakemore, one of the biggest changes really, and we've talked about this, is we had to decrease the PIF fees by $102,000. That is really one of the bigger reasons that we ended up in a negative operating difference. Next slide. Sewer fund is operating in the black, operating differences at $73,171. And once we add the other sources of cash and other expenditures, the change in net assets equals a deficit of $127,703. Not much has changed either in this fund. Again, that is something we can talk about at the end of the presentation when we talk about the different changes. In the streets fund, all we did is we reduced road base and asphalt to 50,000 from 100,000 and increased the capital expenditures to 140,000 to allow for large equipment purchases and or lease. Next. No changes to the Conservation Trust Fund. Next slide, please. So the Health and Human Services Fund, and this is obviously, may change again, but since the lodging and occupation tax was increased to $70,000, I had budgeted at the 99% and 1%. Therefore, you'll see a transfer of $69,300 at this time, and then also obviously increase the expenditures to $69,300. And that obviously might change depending on what the board decides to do. Next. So the Downtown Development Authority Fund had some additions to their capital/TIF projects. They added a carryover of $139,000 for repairs to Jefferson Street and the Visitor Center parking lot. They also added a carryover for the Safer Main Street grant for $65,630,000 and increased their covered bridge project from $20,000 to $30,000. So the capital expenditures was at $380,000 and it was increased to $594,630. Next, now we'll get into the changes. Miranda, I'll talk about the revenue piece.
Okay.
Obviously, we've discussed all this already. So I had increased sales tax by $135,000, and marijuana tax $120,000, and lodging occupation tax by $35,000. We are recommending, as mentioned before, to decrease sales tax revenue to 1% versus the 3%. And really all the other items listed here, I discussed with each one of the different funds. And really, it's the HHS, we need to decide what the percentage will be because that would change the budget as well. If, in other words, we only allocate 51% to the HHS fund, that would leave more revenue in the general fund. And that's it for me. Did you want to take it?
Yep, I'll take it from here. The next slides are all expenditures. So first thing is that we added $25,300 per Randy's prioritized computer server list, which was in the packet, and we spread it out over multiple departments except for the PD. We are, based on your guidance, we are going to sell off some of the older police vehicles and therefore added that $31,298 as revenue and expenditure. In your packet, and I've talked to many board members about planning and zoning and bringing on a community and sustainability coordinator position. We budgeted the range for this position to be $43,000 to $48,000 annually. And what we'd be looking to is absorbing the the sustainability coordinator position with the planning and zoning position. That is a savings of $18,750, which was originally our match for that role. And then we'd still use the $15,000 we get from Boulder County to offset the wages of that staff member. And in the packet is a draft job description for that. We budgeted $30,000 as revenue and expenditures under planning and zoning for paid parking. As we discussed, we weren't going to budget any revenue. We were just going to have this as a straight in and out so we can see how it goes for the first year. And then as Rita, she already mentioned this, but we added in the transportation improvement project contribution from the DDA for repaving the visitor center lot in Jefferson Street. We also added in their Safer Main Streets match and did the covered bridge. For public works, we increased the minimum wage for current employees who are not currently at $21 to $21, as well as that being the starting wage for any new positions we hire for. We also increased the heating system to include options 1 through 3. Of course, if 1 and 2 work, we won't need to go up to $37,500, but we did budget for that so we can ensure that we kind of start to finish can get the heating fixed at the public works shop. We'd already mentioned this, but we did adjust road base and asphalt. They used to be $100,000 each, they're now $50,000, and that allowed us to stick $50,000 from each for a total of $100,000 into equipment. This will give $40,000 for Emmett to buy a new truck and $100,000 for him to rent or lease the heavy equipment, specifically the water truck that is needed. And then we'll come to you for ARPA funds for the drainage culvert repairs that are outlined in the MIP. And then as Rita mentioned, for utilities, we added in $30,120, and that is for an engineering firm called Denatale, which is also in your packet. And what they would do is they would do an evaluation of our water rights. And so we do feel strongly that we need to bring on an engineering firm to do a full analysis of what options are before us. And it's kind of a sole source situation because there's not many engineering firms that do this type of work, and they are very specifically oriented to water rights. So we are budgeting for them for next year.
When are they going to come in and, I mean, obviously not soon, but another presentation about our options?
Yeah, so currently they're going to start under Attorney Ladd because we have legal funding available. So they will get started. That we'll need to set a time up for an executive session so the board can talk through some of what they'd like to see of this firm and get some legal advice from Attorney Ladd. And then I think the goal was kind of Q1 to come with some preliminary information, but we do need to have a session to provide guidance to Denatale so they're going in the direction the Board of Trustees would like.
And then Aaron will give us our options again, I guess.
Right. And Denatale.
Gotcha.
So quite a few changes in the Parks Department. We added in a part-time temporary employee to assist with rink. There is we do need some supports there. So it's a $21 per hour, 20 hours for 30 months so that we can have that supplemental supports. We received some adjusted figures from rink for their revenue. So that's why you saw that decrease. We added in a donations line item because the hope is that people donate to the Parks Department so we can continue their services, as well as a supply for resale. Nikki's really interested in selling items, potentially like shirts and mugs and some swag. And so we needed a supply for resale line item so she could do that. And then of course we agreed that under that Metropolitan Football Stadium Fund, we would tag that into parks and Nikki can use that for youth programming. Just a reminder, we are here to have a very quick discussion about the budget. We'll have a public hearing on the 29th of November, and then a board approval ideally on December 6th. One other thing in your packet is the fee schedule. The fee schedule, of course, is a driving factor behind how we book revenue. And so we do encourage you to take a look at that. Some slight changes, and I don't know, Trustee Coombs and Ismail, if you want to talk about yours, but we will be adding in some additional liquor fees that are based on new applications that are coming forward for kind of to-go alcohol licenses.
Very quickly.
Oh, go ahead.
Pass. Go ahead.
Sorry, very quickly on the fee schedule. ProSab has recommended that there be 3 separate options for the Adopt a Bench program, and only one is included in the fee schedule right now. One of those options would be to be part of a multi-plaque bench. That would be $250 rather than adopting an entire bench with a single plaque. That would be $500 as listed on the fee schedule now. And we've also added the opportunity to purchase town a new bench, and that would be $1,300. So ProSap is recommending putting those on the fee schedule. Nikki has her hand up.
I do have my hand up. The $1,300 for a bench isn't enough to cover the cost of the bench. That's why they didn't have me add that. $250 for a double bench. That was my overlook for sure. But the cost of just one bench alone to have the shipping cost is extraordinary. And so one bench, it costs about $1,700. And that's not
Okay,
including.
well, you can put $1,700 on there too. I think that's absolutely fine. ProSab agreed that we would amend that year on year as the cost of benches changed. So
Yeah. Yeah, at the last meeting, I'd actually tossed out the number of 2,000 instead of 13.
So,
I mean, I still think it should be on there as an opportunity for someone to buy town a bench.
I agree.
quickly
Are
about
leaving
the
that at
fees.
1,300?
Oh.
Is that the
Karen.
plan? Leave it at 1,300?
2,000 for the buy a whole bench.
Oh, change it? Okay.
So we have 3 items. Rita, do you want me to send that to you?
Actually, I took Trustee Coombs's email, so I have it right now. Adopt the bench plaque, single plaque for 500 per plaque. Then I added adopt the bench plaque, multiple plaques, 250 per plaque. And the last one is adopt the bench with single plaque. And right now I have it at 1,300, but we're changing that to $2,000.
2,000.
Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay.
So my quick comment about the fee schedule is I'm concerned about increasing the base and usage fees for water and sewer. I don't see that in the plan document. I see the PIF fees increasing. I don't see the base and usage. And we hear all the time from residents about how costly water and sewer is. So
it's definitely in the rate study, and that's why we increased it. And we also confirm with Raftellus that that was in fact the recommendation that was being provided. And I can send that to the Board of Trustees that there is a 5 to 6% increase in base and rate fees under the final rate study plan.
Is that plan on the website?
It is, and I can also send it to I believe it is, and I can send it to the Board of Trustees.
Yeah, if you could send it.
Well.
I only saw the increase going from 2020 or 2021 to 2022. And then I didn't see anything after 2022. So, and I know for the PIF, they had a graduated increase over like 3 years to get it up to where it was the right amount. So yeah, if you could send us that reference, that would be great.
I also had a
If we
small
buy a
change. Oh, go ahead. Whoever's talking.
If we buy a new water truck, can we sell the old water truck and get some revenue there?
Yeah, we have budgeted to sell off some of the vehicles that are not in great shape. So yes.
Okay.
What page is the fee schedule on? I'm sorry, I'm scanning through it. I'm not seeing it.
I don't have the full packet open in front of me. I don't know if any of the board members do, or Macy, if you happen to know.
It's yeah, it's page 296.
Oh, I've got a whole. I think I have a different packet. Okay.
Yeah, there's a second one was sent.
That's maybe the problem here. All right, I'll check it out later. So Miranda, the whole water rate going up, that was something that we probably all talked about with the last group of trustees.
It's in
after
the
this
rate study. So that is why we budgeted. So in essence, it says Raftellus recommends an annual increase of 5% for water from fiscal year 2022 to 2025, and then a 6% for sewer. And so we double checked with Raftellus to confirm that we understood what they had identified, and they did confirm that that was for base fees and the use fees.
Every year,
Correct.
or just
And then
one
it,
time?
and then it decreases in 2025, then the increase goes to 4%, and in 2026 it goes to 6%. But from 2022 to 2024, it is a 5 or 6% increase.
Well, we may want to
What
bring
were
this
you
back
guys
up
thinking?
as a discussion item in the future when we're not so swamped, because you're talking 4 to 5 to 6% every year for the next 5 years. That's insanity.
Right. And so the
So,
reason that I want to clarify that the reason we budget for it was because the Board of Trustees did pass this
right,
rate study.
the rate
Yeah.
study. It might
I'm
be time to
seeing,
revisit it.
I'm
As a,
seeing that now, Miranda. I'm seeing the 4 and 5%.
Okay. I'm still going to send it to everyone so y'all have it.
yeah, I
But
just feel
Hey,
like, wow, every year.
I'd be open to revisiting that.
I mean, I know that's what they recommended. I
Makes
guess we
sense.
can't argue with reality, but it's like, that's really expensive.
So I do want
And
I do
move
want
it
to
forever.
just let you all know that we budgeted in line with what we're currently getting, and so these figures are of course reflected in the fee schedule and what's to be subsequently reflected in in the revenue. But the way in which we budgeted, we're off of current figures since it's hard to determine additional uses, and we're seeing kind of an up and down in terms of the number of people paying into the services that we have.
Well, and we did also approve at
It's
that time the,
it's 10:28, everybody, just FYI.
oh yeah, sorry. We'll talk to you later.
I had one small change, that is for the community center. I talked to Don today. Under cleaning fee, it had listed 150 per event and 75 and 150, and she wanted that change to read 150 minimum per event. I just wanted to point that out. I will be changing that once, when it comes before you again in a couple weeks. And I think that's the only changes we're aware of, right, Miranda, between Trustee Coombs Ismail's, Macy's, right, and what I just mentioned for Dawn.
Correct.
So I know there's a lot of changes this year, obviously, especially with the Parks Department, but we will just need guidance to know if the board approves of these changes we're proposing.
So it looks like the consultant who did the rate study recommends annually updating the financial plan to recognize changes in growth, operating expenses, capital improvement needs, and capital financing requirements. So perhaps that needs to be done in order to see if the 5% and for the,
I know, sorry, super fast. I know we're at time, but I just sent you an email. I will tell you, they said, hopefully the 5 to 6% doesn't result in town falling behind in purchasing power. So something to, I'm
okay.
not sure it's going to go the direction you think it would go. But yes, they do recommend that they could do another evaluation. I just sent that to you so you all could see
Okay.
that.
Okay, thanks.
Additional questions or changes or questions on the budget? It's 10:30.
Yeah.
I guess I need to know or need guidance. Should we go ahead and reduce the sales tax revenue to 1%? I think is important, right? Because we need to be posting this budget soon. Okay.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
I agree. But I think that's a good idea. And then the other one that would affect the budget is what percentage are we going Or is that a separate meeting? I don't know. As far as the HHS fund, what am I going to do with that? Is it,
We'll have to do that separately, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
so I won't change the budget for now. I'll leave it at 69,000 in the HHS fund? Okay.
I think so.
Okay. That sounds good. I think that's it as far as questions that are outstanding. I did forget to mention the water fund. I know it looks obviously like we're operating in red, but I wanted to just point out the October financials. They are showing an increase in fund balance of 213,000 versus a budgeted decrease of 88,000. Just, to make you all feel a little better.
Does that money come from the bills or?
So I just we have to extend if you want to keep talking,
Oh,
even for
no,
5
forget
minutes.
it. No,
For
no,
the
no,
record.
no.
We haven't taken public comment on this, and it's a discussion item.
Right.
I'd like to open up for public comment.
So you really need to do a motion to extend, or you just need to cut it off.
Extend or close.
I'll make a motion to extend till 10:40, just to give us a minute. Makes motion extend till 10:40 to get public comment in.
Second,
Macy, please.
Trustee Coombs Ismail,
Yes.
Trustee Severs,
No.
Trustee Blakemore,
yes.
Trustee Sterling, Mayor Pro Tem Mahold,
No.
Trustee Corvalon,
Yes.
and Mayor Billy.
Did you say yes?
Yes, sorry, I don't know what's going on with my audio. Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great public comments. Does anyone have comments they'd like to share regarding budget? We will have this in a public forum in 2 weeks. Hearing none, I think I'll bring it back. I think we have completed our discussion on this, unless someone sees it differently. And I would recommend that the goals, unfortunately, be bounce back to possibly the 29th. I guess we can decide when, but I would recommend tabling the goals until the next meeting.
Is
I
there
move
no
to
meeting
adjourn.
next week? No
No.
meeting next week?
Yeah, 29th will be our next.
Motion
And
to adjourn?
Eric made a motion. Yeah.
I move to
To
adjourn.
adjourn.
Second. Call vote.
Macy?
Mayor Billy,
Yes.
Trustee Blakemore,
Yes.
Trustee Corvalon,
Yes.
Trustee Sterling,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mahold,
Yes.
Trustee Severs,
Yes.
and Trustee Coombs Ismail.
Yes, please.
All right,
Please.
at
Thank you
10:35.
all.
Jesse,
everybody.
Is that your bed, Jesse?
No, it's a day bed.
36, he'll be asleep.